Mama, okay, we're really working. Okay, Mama, did the comment that by you. Dibia can't see about. I got found for Jaru. Happy to God, you're not ugly. Manda Buddha. Okay. One time I know the money. Happy to God, oh, yeah. What that? I put the back. If I get back, okay, for now. That was just a my father, if I am more mother, if I am more mother, if I am not a beat, that will be a doctor. Just be much at the neighbor. And I will not wake him. No, if I go by the phone, that's a for Maria. What I got for the Wussy. I don't know that people kill it. One time I tell you, you. Yaga di blue, Yabu Balia will go around you, who gave Blue Yamu. That's why I'm coming to be VG. That's why you got nothing in it. Like I'm breathing. It is talking and making up. Come on, I'm a brano. That's why I'm on me. Let go of that one. What I want to play. That brought you to the Jabba. What can you do? It's to your market. Come on, family. It is your father. What if I love you? It is separate. Let do what it is to make nothing. What would I find of your one over? It is a book who the battle. What did you do with it? It is to make nothing. You don't have to make my job. What did I when I when they send you with a woman? Not one. It is right like that. What did you want to over my door? Oh,
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Jehovah Chukwu Nerudo. Nadiso Nerudo. Jehovah Chukwu Nerudo. Chukwu Nerudo. Jehovah Chukwu Nerudo.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Stop spending time with the wrong people. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you're at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you're at your worst that are your true friends. Stop trying to be someone you're not. One of the greatest challenges in life is being yourself in a world that's trying to make you like everyone else. Someone will always be prettier. Someone will always be smarter. Someone will always be younger. But they will never be you. Don't change so people will like you. Be yourself, and the right people will love the real you. Stop trying to hold on to the past. You cannot start the next chapter of your life if you keep rereading the last one. Stop being scared to make a mistake. Doing something and getting it wrong is at least 10 times more productive than doing nothing. Every success has a trail of failures behind it, and every failure is leading towards success. You end up regretting the things you did not do far more than the things you did. Stop getting involved in relationships for the wrong reasons. Relationships must be chosen wisely. It is better to be alone than to be in bad company. There's no need to rush. If something is meant to be, it will happen at the right time, with the right person, and for the best reason. Stop rejecting new relationships just because old ones didn't work. In life, you'll realize that there's a purpose for everyone you meet. Some will test you, some will use you, and some will teach you. But most importantly, some will bring out the best in you. Stop trying to compensate against things that are not there. And stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. I just have to repeat this. This warrants a repeat. Stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never, ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you are at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you are at your worst, that are your true friends.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Good morning, everybody. This is Radio Biafra International. Good day, Biafrans and listeners all over the world. This is Radio Biafra International, brought to you by the Biafra Restoration Movement. You can get us through different platforms such as internet, Facebook, YouTube, RBI app, TuneIn app for RBI and satellite. You can be connected through the phone numbers, which we are going to let you know. Some of them, depending on the countries that you are residing in. We are going to have a sort of an open court meeting with some guests today. But before we do that, we have to give you certain contacts that are important. If you are in US, if you're going to join us in this meeting, you have to dial through the phone, you have to dial 512-647-1431. 512-647-1431. If you're in UK, you can dial in +44 203 2885 2179. I'll repeat that. +44 203 885 2179. If you're in France, you can dial +33 187 21005. If you're in Germany, dial in through +49 89 380 38719. If you're in Netherlands, you can dial in through +31 85 208 1541. And if you're in Spain, +34 932 205 409. And you're in Canada, +1 437 538 3987. If you're in Brazil, you can dial in through +55 21 3500 0112. And if you're in Australia, you can dial in through +61 871 501136. And if you're in Japan, you can dial in through +81 345 102375. If you're in Switzerland, you can dial in through +41 61 588 0495. You can simply Google Radio Biafra International, and through there, you can get to certain messages, information that you may need, because some of these readings are a little bit fast for some people, maybe it's fast for some people, but we need the time. The time is running against us. Again, this is Radio Biafra International, and as usual, we are going to say a prayer to our God Elohim, the God of Israel, whom we worship as a people. Let us pray. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, because he has come and has redeemed his people. He has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he said through his holy prophets of long ago. Salvation from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us. to show mercy to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath he swore to our father Abraham, to rescue us from the hand of our enemies and to enable us to serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all our days. May God guide our messages to you, and may your hearts receive them in the name of Yeshua. My name is Odi Mohalu, and I am your broadcast anchor today. And also with me, like I said, will be an array of educated and informed panelists and guests. We inform, we educate, and we persuade. So we enjoin you to listen in. Today is the 23rd, Saturday, the 23rd of May, 2020. And we are just about 1 week away from the celebration of the 53rd anniversary of the declaration of the Republic of Biafra, our hope for freedom, our hope for liberty, our hope of salvation from the great oppression, exploitation, and genocide which we have witnessed in the colonial creation that is called Nigeria. As I said, today we are going to have some guests who will introduce themselves to us one by one, and the topics we're going to be able to touch, but not strictly on those topics, in particular, is first the insecurity that is in Nigeria. And then we are going to have some time as a memorial moment regarding Biafra, which is where we look forward to for our salvation. As our enemies look forward to Arabia for their own salvation, we look forward to Jerusalem. We look forward to God Almighty for ours. And I crave your attention. I would like those who are among the panelists to introduce themselves one after another. If you're there, please introduce yourself to our listeners this morning. I have Engineer CJ right there. Please say hello to our listeners all over the world.
Hello, Biafrans at home and in diaspora. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. You're welcome to today's program. Listen to us, invite your friends, come and hear what we have to say, and our suggestions and ideas to a very present issue, the security of our lives and properties and our homeland, the great land of Biafra. You're welcome.
Thank you, Engineer CJ. Could you give us your name in full? That will help.
Engineer Chijuke. I'm coming from Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that greeting. We have, who's the next guest at this moment? Some of them will be coming in as we go on, and they will have to introduce themselves. To you, the listeners, I apologize on behalf of anybody for being late or not, because sometimes, we have connection and communication problems. And sometimes we have that as a result of attacks into our frequency and into our communication channels. from our detractors. So please bear with us. Okay, we will begin by informing us of the events that we have at the moment that is going on in Nigeria. And these are critical issues. You all know that this is a very tense moment. This is a moment where some people are paying attention eventually, but lately, despite all the calls by Biafrans over the years, and I hope that God will have mercy on us and deliver us from this impending catastrophe, that the catastrophe will be upon our enemies, not ourselves. So we'll start with the news, today's news report. As we often do, we lift it up from Vanguard newspapers. Because Vanguard is a newspaper that is willing to publish different views of both the good, the bad, and ugly in Nigeria. Most of the other ones will censor a lot of information, and that makes those news sources ineffective in informing the public. The good qualities of media is that they are able to present information from the various sides and various perspectives of an issue, and not simply censor them in favor of any group or party. And we have seen that to be as a remarkable trait of this publishing house, that is the Vanguard newspaper. Today, we have an interesting topic which reads that killing fields violence kills 2,771 Nigerians in 5 months. Malaria, maternal, and infant mortality claim 385,626 lives. It is terrible. And he says, while the attention of government at all levels is focused on the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria has literally remained a killing field, with lives of thousands of citizens cut short by insecurity and other diseases. How? Since January 2020, the Boko Haram insurgency, murderous activities of bandits, kidnappers, herdsmen, and sectarian violence have claimed no fewer than 2,771 lives in Nigeria, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, a US-based think tank under its Nigeria Security Tracker, NST program. A breakdown of the deaths showed that 320 people were killed in January. In February, 597 Nigerians were killed. In March, the figure was 754. In April, it had 625. And as of May 15, 2020, no fewer than 475 people have been slaughtered. Also, cumulatively, no fewer than 385,329 lives have been lost this year to malaria, pregnancy-related complications, and poor care for children under 5 years old. Nigeria accounts for 20 to 23% of global deaths from maternal mortality, women who die due to complications from pregnancy or childbirth. The World Health Organization, WHO, puts the figure at 20%, while the lead consultant of the National Safety Data, MSD, Mary Ann Etiebet, said it is 23%. This means that of the 120,300 women who died from pregnancy and childbirth complications between January and May 21, 2020, according to Worldometer, Nigeria accounted for 24,060 to 27,669 of the deaths. The WHO, in its 2019 malaria report, said that the world's largest black nation contributes 25% of global malaria cases and 24% of deaths. That is a quarter of it, by the way. This indicates that as of May 21st, 2020, Nigeria had lost 91,560 people to malaria. At press time, Worldometer real-time statistics showed that 381,500 people had died from malaria in 2020. Meantime, Nigeria is a major contributor to deaths of children under 5 years. According to the UNICEF, Nigeria accounts for 9% of global child mortality. Worldometer records at press time show that 2.96 million children under 5 years had died in 2020. In essence, 266,400 of the dead children were Nigerians. Following the outbreak of the COVID-19 disease in Nigeria, late February, the various governments took various measures to combat the plague. It started with lockdown of Lagos State, the epicenter of the disease in Nigeria, Ogun State and Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, for 2 weeks. The lockdown was further extended by 2 weeks. Now the lockdown has been eased, but there is restriction of interstate movement across the country and curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Some other states have adopted various restrictive measures. While much energy is channeled towards fighting the coronavirus disease, other health needs of the citizenry are neglected. Mr. Hilary Okoro has been in serious pains in the last 3 months. He's due for hip operation, but doctors told him nothing can be done until after the lockdown and when normalcy returns. I'm in serious pains, but I have handed everything over to God. The doctor asked me to do some tests, which I have done, but he said they cannot carry out the operation now until after the lockdown. Also, Mrs. Tessin Dubisi, who was pregnant with her second baby and advised to have CS, had to be taken to the 3 hospitals within a period of 7 days before she was delivered of a baby girl last Tuesday. She did not face such challenge when she had her first baby through CS 2 years ago. Given the challenges the governments are facing over COVID-19, there's little or no hope of things improving soon. On Wednesday, Lagos State government said COVID-19 patients whose cases are not serious would not be admitted at isolation centers. It said patients with mild COVID-19 symptoms will be treated at home. We will be concentrating on people with severe cases and isolating them, while mild cases will be managed at home. Our attention is shifting to community-based isolation. Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, said, if mild COVID-19 patients will be treated at home, the fate of people suffering from other diseases is left to imagination. Since Nigeria recorded her first case of COVID-19 late February, 7,016 persons, according to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, have tested positive for the disease. Of this number, 1,907 people were successfully treated and discharged, while 211 people died as of Thursday this night. How 2,771 Nigerians were killed in 5 months. This is very important. How 2,771 Nigerians were killed in 5 months. And this is a rundown of how some of them were killed. In February 1, ISWA, Islamic State of West Africa, and Boko Haram killed 3 soldiers in Askira, Uba, Borno. In February 1, bandits killed 1 and abducted 20 in Borgu, Niger State. February 2, cult clashes led to 7 deaths in Eche Rivers. February 3 were killed during a clash between the police and protesters in Apapa. February 3, bandits killed 6 vigilantes in Burning Gwari, Kaduna. February 3, again, bandits killed 5 in Kalata, Mafara, Zamfara. February 3 again, gunmen killed 4 in Eche Rivers. February 4, headsmen killed 3 policemen in Oshimili North, Delta State. February 4, sectarian violence led to 2 deaths in Arochukwu-Abia, and by 4th again, the Nigerian Air Force killed some estimated as 5 Boko Haram militants in Ngala, Borno. The government killed 4 in Eleme River State, and gunmen killed 3 in Kaura, Kaduna, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. We will bring some of the current news regarding, in particular, the Southeast region and what is going on there. And here it says, for Friday, May 22nd, herdsmen attack, our kingdoms are under siege, Delta monarchs cry out. And it says, support establishment of Operation Delta Hawks. Delta State Council of Traditional Rulers yesterday lamented that their kingdoms were under siege by criminal elements suspected to be armed herdsmen, who have established camps in faraway bushes from where they launch attacks on their subjects. They also applaud the state government for its decision to establish an independent security outfit to be known as Operation Delta Hawk to tackle rising security challenges, saying they were in full support of the Joint Security Task Force. As another goes, we've shared the information of Anambra intensifying community searching in Anambra State. And we have also remembered that yesterday we talked about task force team that intercepted 11 trucks of Amajiri entering Cross River State. And we also have informed you about the dumping of strange persons in the Southeast, how dangerous it is, as Anambra town unions lament about it. And so much more. Al-Majiri used to target some Igbo communities, the INC also stated. So these are, we have gunmen on rampage in Cross River, Edo, Delta communities. These are information regarding the state of affairs in the Southeast region in Biafra land as of today. And from all indications, it seems that things are getting worse, not better. So I will allow our guest, Engineer CJ, to let us know his opinion on this, because while this insecurity is being heightened, there is attacks by Fulani terrorists, there is Boko Haram, there is also death, health, as insecurity as a result of bad health of people in Nigeria. We have IDP camps. It seems that the Nigerian government has lost completely control of that area, that we have a completely failed state. Please let us know what you think regarding this.
Great people of Biafra, I see what all of us see. I hear what every one of us hear. But my take is different. A lot of people back home are too passive, too cavalier to their security, and I place the blame on the doors of our kings, political leaders, religious leaders. For it is written Woe to the people whose kings are babes. It's in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 16.
Hello. Hello.
And it says, woe to you,
Hello.
O land,
Okay.
whose kings is babe. Because when you have children making decisions, the outcome and the results or consequences are daring, because children make childish decisions. Children take things for granted. Children are not vast in knowledge as to what is and what ought to be. It happened in the days of old, and Solomon in his wisdom in Ecclesiastes said, chapter 10, verse 16 to 18, say, woe to the land whose king is a child, and whose princes start their feast in the morning. With all this going on, our people are still thinking it's a joke. Some of them are posting it on the YouTube and internet, not because they care, but because they think they can get some ratings and get some $50 from Google or YouTube. They don't really care. The way we feel abroad, the way we feel, the Biafrans in diaspora, sometimes when it sound the feelings, when you check the pulse of our people back home, they are too cavalier. I remember getting home last year or 2 years ago, and I went to Enugu, and I was talking, and people were like, where is this man from? We don't see what you're seeing. We don't know what you're talking about. So our people should step up. Yes, our politicians have their own ulterior motives. Their children are abroad. Their families are abroad. But you have your own family there. You live there. You go to work, you go to school. Your security is primarily your most paramount priority. If you don't have the right to life, you lose the right to every other right that exists. Our people should take their security serious. Take their security in their hands. Onyandiro baraburuburu. They change the. You cannot put your life, you cannot put your security in another's hands. Much as we have a government, much as we are supposed to have government that's supposed to protect us, it is your primary responsibility to protect and defend yourself. Whatever you have that it cannot defend is really not yours. We cannot lay claim to the lands of Biafra unless and until we can defend it. And that's my submission. And our people need to step up. The government and the governed, the leaders and the led. Let's make it a personal priority.
Yes. Sorry to interject, but where do we place this responsibility? Because a lot of people sometimes, even though we get into arguments on whose responsibility it is and who is causing that, how much responsibility does the political leaders have regarding the security of our people? Because
in a democracy,
the public has to be organized.
In a democracy, the political class, the political leadership has 99.9% responsibility. The primary purpose of government is security of lives and property. That is the primary purpose of government. That is the primary purpose of government. Our leaders have the primary responsibility to save us. For instance, when the Yorubas set up Amotekun, our people were trying to be politically correct by not aggravating their political lords from the north. If a precedent has been set by the Odua Republic, by the Yorubas, in setting up Amotekun, they need no more work. The job has been cut off for them. There is a precedence. All they needed to do was organize themselves and announce their own and set it up right away. Anybody who has any issue with that should go and deal with Amotekun first before dealing with them. That's how it's done in law. There is a precedence already set. The problem is in setting the precedence. Yes, we know we are an endangered people. We are a targeted people. We are a people hated. You know, but the Yorubas have taken the bull by the horn by setting a political and legal precedence. All they needed to do at no cost to them was to follow suit. But they failed to do that. And they failed to heed to the warnings, several warnings that has been coming from so many Biafran groups that this is going to happen. I wasn't born during the war, but I read the history that the whole purpose was to dip the Quran in the ocean. And that they are out to do. And the Bible said that the enemy's envy never tarnishes. The people we are up against, they neither sleep nor slumber. They are always 10 years ahead of us in planning. While we claim to be smarter than them, more educated than them, they are more strategic and they are vicious. And so the only thing that can stop them is the same level, if not higher level of viciousness. Our people should quit trying to be politically correct and politically right. If all our senators are voicing out like Kenyan Niabaribe, the world will have had us. If what we are saying here today, a senator from Nigeria, from the Igbo territory, calls in and said, hey, by the way, what my people in America and in the diaspora are saying is true. I am a senator representing Abia North, Anambra North, Enugu North, Abakaliki North, Delta North, Cross River North. If a senator calls in today into this program, the world is listening. They will hear him and say, okay, now their political leaders are getting involved. This is no longer just a child's play or anything. It's serious.
Yes. Thank you so much for that. That shows that they are unresponsive to the people. I want to.
They are criminally negligent. They are not just unresponsive. They are criminally negligent.
Wow.
They are criminally negligent.
Yes.
The blood of anybody that is lost to this menace, to this invasion, is on their doorsteps, is on their hands. This is criminal negligence.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Listeners, you've heard it. These political leaders are criminally negligent of their duties of governance, duties of ensuring that our people are secure, security being the first and most important thing that is important in any state for its citizens. That the duty of government, the number one duty of government, is to ensure that the lives and properties of the citizens are being protected. And once that is not done, there is nothing else that can work within any political space. Every other thing will go downhill. So we're glad. I want to bring in Dr. Chukwuma Egemba, who had just come in. I would like him to greet the people and also add his view to in this issue that we're having, in the issue of insecurity. You know, what does he think that our people should do? How do our people put pressure on their political leaders? Because it seems that there is no pressure on these political leaders over the years. The pressure is coming from Abuja rather than from the people. What can the people do to put pressure on their political leaders to do what they are supposed to do? Because in any government structure or system, there is some form of responsibility, accountability, and transparency in governance. And we don't see that even within our people, even though that we know that our traditional government of the Igbo people, in particular most Biafran communities, that there is transparency and accountability in leadership. What do we need to do, in order to put the necessary pressure on our political leaders to do what they're supposed to do? Dr. Chukwuma Egemba, please, if you can hear us, make your contributions to this, and you're welcome. You can unmute your mic. It seems that we are having some connection problems with Dr. Agemba, and we will resolve it later on. So I will go back to Engineer CJ to, give us his mindset, because the people, since the political leaders are not playing the roles they are supposed to, are there ways that we can pressurize them? People talk about demonstrations sometimes. What should we do? We can see, for example, in Imo State, how the Hausa Fulani oligarchy has been able to install a political leader as governor, and the people just demonstrate and that's it. So it seems that everything the people are doing has not been effective, and because they know it's not effective, there is a continuation of that. Now they are pouring in people from Niger, their own ethnic stock, to come in and run us out of our own homes, apparently, as they have been doing all over the country. Because I remember in 2016 of the massacre of some people, Igbo people, 46 of them in Enugu, Binimbo, in Enugu state, and up till today, nobody is held responsible for the massacre of those people. Ugwani went to Abuja to visit the president, and we don't know what else he's doing other than to probably appease. I think seems he's appeasing the president, or rather, not to forcefully and strongly request for justice for those people who died. So CJ, please, if you can let us know if you have any idea, what can our people do to put pressure on their government to begin to act towards the security?
Good evening, moderator. Good evening, moderator.
Yet they can still do much.
Can you hear me? Can
this
you
is
hear
demonstration.
me?
I am
Can
here.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay. My name is Mazi Amanze. I am calling in from Lagos, Nigeria.
Mazi Amanze.
I want to first apologize for joining late. When
right.
I got
okay. Mazi Amanze, can we call you up after CJ finishes his submission? We will call you up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for calling. We'll call you up soon enough, yes. All right, CJ, could you finish your thoughts, please?
Mazi Amanze, you're welcome to the town hall meeting discussion. As I was saying, our people can still do much. The power is in their hand. But I've always said this in every Igbo group and Biafran group that I belong to. We are going to the World Cup without our cultures and Kanwankwels. We are not using our best. The biggest arsenal, or the biggest weapon in our arsenal in Biafra land, is the church. When I say the church, I mean the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, Presbyterian, Methodist, the Orthodox churches. They have an organized network. The Catholic Church was the first internet in the world. If the Pope says Dominus Vobiscus in Vatican, they will echo it in Lagos, they will echo it in Enugu, they will echo it in every parish in Enugu diocese, they will echo it in every what they call zone. And from every zone, you will enter to every family. Okay? We are not using the church the way it should be used. And the Catholic Church, being a democracy, so to say, if the people, the market women, the schoolboys, the girls, the young people that go to church, that make up the church, that is not owned by the GOs, if they go to church and they participate in church, it would just be like what happened in America, where you have the Southern evangelicals. lead the civil rights movement. From the church, you belong to an organization. From the church, you belong to the parish council. When you get to parish council, you make your contribution. When the parish council makes a contribution and a suggestion to the priest takes it to the diocese. Okay? If you wake up on Sunday morning and you go to mass, I'm a Catholic. If you go to mass and they say, oh, time for prayer of the faithful, be bold, walk up to the altar, grab the microphone and say, let us pray for Biafra. The skies will not fall. The heavens will not fall. Pick up a microphone and say, we are praying for Biafra. God, give us leaders. God, give us wisdom to fight those who are fighting us. God, fight our battles. Any struggle that goes spiritual becomes immortal. It can no longer die. The earlier we succeed in making Biafran struggle a spiritual struggle, the earlier we win the war. Because if people begin to pray about a thing, they believe more in it, they believe that God will answer, and even if God does not answer them, it becomes a way of conscientization. It becomes a way of outreach, of reaching out to people. Yes, I was in Nigeria when they were doing prayer for Nigeria in distress in the days of Abacha. Heck, Nigeria is in more distress now than it was under the days of Abacha. Why are we not praying for Nigeria distress? Why are we not praying for Biafran liberation? Why are we not praying for Biafran deliverance? Because I got to Enugu, like I said, I traveled and I went to Enugu. And when you talk about Biafra, people look at you as if you are hungry. I said, no, I'm not hungry. You are the one that is hungry. I just came from America. I am okay. My family is okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that addition. Why are we not praying for Biafra? Okay. Mazi Amanze, you're welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the program. We would like you to give your intake regarding this, because as CJ said, why are we not praying for Biafra?
In our churches, in the markets.
People are very spiritual people. You know, they are very spiritual people, which is good, which is okay. That is why they believe in uprightness, righteousness as a people. They don't believe in oppressing others. They believe in fairness, equity, justice. And we see that embedded in our culture, you know, and we worship God. We are God's people indeed. And because of it, I mean, should this now be a loss to us or rather than a gain? Why is the church not getting involved in struggle for their freedom? Gazi Amanze, please, could you contribute to this?
Thank you very much for this very enlightened panel that is going on at this time. We need more of this type of thing, where we inform ourselves and inform our people, and also share ideas and produce strategies. I believe very, very well that we are praying for Biafra, but we are not doing corporate praying for Biafra. And the reason is very simple. Even though the church should be a spiritual organization, there is a lot of politics that is involved even at the hierarchy of the church. And that is where you have the church kowtows to the authorities, administrative authorities, even though the reverend father, the priest, the pastors take their instructions from their superiors, from the bishops. The bishops also have a lot of things, influence being made upon them from the administrative authorities, from the governors, the local government chairmen, from the presidency. So you find out that if a particular priest decides to do something about Biafra, you are going to see a situation where he is singled out, and sometimes he is sanctioned for that kind of behavior, which will impact negatively on his bishop. I will cite you an example. I know that on one occasion, the reverend who organizes this fellowship in Enugu, I will not like to name names, but we all know him. There was a time he actually took the flag of Biafra and he prayed upon that. He said the Spirit gave him a vision of the division of this country, of the country called Nigeria. But what happened a few months down the line, you see that the same man is saying that the Savior is from the north, the Savior is the man who is contesting against his own blood and kin. So we see a lot of politics coming into it. But then, what can we do beyond praying? That's where I think that if, for instance, your enemy takes possession of your king and makes your king his slave, then he controls the rest of the community, he controls the rest of the nation. And what they have done is to make sure that during elections are rigged, and those who become our governors, those who become our senators, those who become our House of Rep members, those who become our local government chairmen, are people who they have chosen by themselves. And therefore, they are not going to choose those who are pro-Biafra in the flesh. So when you say that our senators are not saying what they're supposed to say, I always ask the question, who put the senator there? Did he enter there by popular vote, or did he enter there by a rigged election? Was he appointed? Was he selected? And so I think that what we are supposed to be doing is to organize ourselves above and beyond these people. Recently in the Southwest, there was a security organization formed, and then the federal government fought it, and the interest groups in Nigeria fought it, and they maintained their ground. When those in the East decided to form, the first one, they invited the security organizations in Nigeria. And who is in charge of the security organization? So they gave them instructions on what the boundaries they could not cross. So I think that whatever we can do to help our people is to go beyond them and organize. I was discussing with Engineer CJ sometime this morning, earlier today, and I was telling him, can we have a committee of all the town union presidents, and if we can form them, give them phones that can connect, and then give them data and make them to register as members. That means any information we want to drop gets to every community immediately. And also, when there is a disturbance in their communities, they will also upload it and get to everybody at the same time. Most of the information we receive now is because of social media, and sometimes they are polluted, sometimes they are corrupted. But if we have such a central organization, and whatever comes out of that organization happens to be something that is substantial and authentic, if we maintain that for a year, that organization will start to command authority wherever we bring out information. I think that this is something we can do, but it is going to be involving in time, it's going to be involving in labor, it's going to be involving in finances. Have we really sat down to say, okay, let us see how we can raise the billions that we will use to do this? Because if you want to run a cheap organization, you will get cheap results. But are we able to do this? Once we're able to do this and to establish this website and whatever, put it in the cloud and make sure we get this information out to everybody, I think we will be making a headway. It may not happen as quickly as we want it, but it is a strong step in the right direction. This is what I think that we can start. But if we are looking at the administrative structures, we did not put the people there, or most of them there, and so they are not going to attend us and to our needs. They are going to attend to the needs of those who put them in that place. This is my little contribution for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi Amanze, for that contribution. It was a very insightful one and incisive. And people, I hope that you heard from Mazi Amanze on the things we need to change our mind. We need to change our thinking so that we can change our circumstance. And we need to be very realistic and look at what is facing us. We were having some connection problems, Dr. Chukuma Gemba. I don't know whether he's connected yet, whether we have been able to get him. Dr. Gemba, if you're there, please, can you respond to this issue that we are talking about, the issue of insecurity of in our homeland, you know. Dr. Egemba, we are still having communication problems. So hopefully we'll solve it as time goes on. This is a very interesting time in our existence as a people. Certain things have affected our faith and our journey from the days of our great-great-great-great-grandfathers up till now. And this is something that we must take to heart. People have suffered, at least in recent history. We know that we have two major catastrophic experience, has befallen us as a people, and we must think of them. One was the transatlantic slavery, and the second was the Biafran Nigerian war.
Genocidal war.
Calling it civil, because there's nothing civil about it.
It's genocidal war.
Yeah. And it seems that we've been a fighting people, because through slavery, the Biafrans led in a lot of struggle, a lot of revolts, a lot of rebellions to ensure that Africans in diaspora are free. And if we have been able to do that, I think that, God that has given us that strength, will not abandon us at this time, for us to just fall into the hands of our enemies. We have to stand up. We stood up to virtually the world during the Biafran War. We're going to talk about it after a little while. And, we were able to show that we are a people who uphold justice in our consciousness that is so precious to us, that we do not compromise justice. We do not compromise equity. We do not compromise fairness, So the issue and the concept of human rights is very much embedded in our cultural philosophy, and we have to stand for it strongly, because actually all these ideas and political and social ideologies that reflect fairness and equity and justice are all coming from the teachings and the text of the Bible. So we are a people of the Bible, and we must know that and stand strong in order to defend ourselves and stand for what we believe in. Because remember that there is ultimate victory, always. That ultimate truth must have ultimate victory. So let's stand with it. Let's not lose hope. In there are certain events that are occurring also in that is very serious back home, because our leaders, we have seen that we are supposed to pressurize our leaders. You know, and there are so many ideas what we should have as people, not just these ones that we're suggesting here in Radio Biafra International. There are ones that, and there are ideas that are peculiar to the environment. And we're praying that as we organize, as we gather, as our people assemble wherever they are all around the world, that they stand up and, you know, and work together and be able to achieve the purpose of freedom by working together. That unity is very much important. They say unity is strength. It doesn't matter the organization you are in, but, you know, get to work, get doing something. You know, our leaders, we must confront them. And I use the word confront not lightly. We must confront them because it is their duty. They are the first line of defense, our political leaders, I mean. You know, and then we have seen that, you know, the church has tremendous influence. You need to also confront your the religious leaders and the spiritual leaders. We need to ask them, what are you doing? Why are you praying always for people who are killing us, who are exploiting us, who are devastating our environment, who are making our lives miserable in different ways? Why must we be praying for them? Because the prayer for Nigeria is simply a prayer that means that we are in the same place with the Islamic people, those Muslim Islamic people. Their ideology is completely antithetic, completely opposite Christianity. That religion, so-called religion, is not even a religion. A lot of people don't see it as what's that. It is a cult, a religion that orders its own adherents to kill those who don't believe in it. That is their own duty in order to enter their own heaven. Can you imagine that? You know, that thing is not religion, it's a cult. And this must be exposed, it must be talked about, because that is what we're actually suffering right there in Nigeria. If in Nigeria, a lot of people have said, and I believe so, that if we're just simply a Christian community, I mean, we could have some foundation to agree on certain things, could agree to behave appropriately. We will agree on fairness and equity. We will agree that somebody who goes to school needs to work hard, because we need that knowledge that is transferred by his own teachers, that he can impute it back into the society to develop his life, his family, his society, and make everywhere his a better place for everyone. That is the idea of education. So not that somebody who has to have 136 to get into a course in a school, another place from somewhere would have to have 2 to get in. You know, such, you know, degradation of standardization is simply not acceptable, is not qualities that we need for development and progress. And we have seen it in Nigeria as it has whittled down as a country, because incompetence and mediocrity has been upheld and honored rather than meritocracy and competence. So I would like, I don't know whether Mazi Chukwumegemba is just connected to us. Once you connect, let us know so we can, as we battle, once we do connect, we can be able to give you the opportunity to make your contributions to our people, because they need to hear the voices, our voices from different areas of the world and different experiences that we have, to be encouraged to understand that this is not something that should make them to give up in any way, shape, or form. That place is our land, is our homeland, and it is our right to defend it. It's right to defend our lives. We shouldn't give up ourselves to be killed and oppressed infinitely. That should not happen. So I thank the commentators for this. There is the issue of policemen that are actually being transferred from Delta State into or from the south to the north. You know, we've had that. And yesterday we talked about this, and I want to read it again for listeners who did not tune in yesterday. It says here, and this is from a commissioner in Delta State: the influx of Almajiri is a second phase takeover of Southeast Delta Commissioner says. Delta State Commissioner for Higher Education, Professor Patrick Mobogare, has described the influx of Almajiris to the southern part of Nigeria amidst the ban on interstate journeys due to the COVID-19 pandemic as the second phase takeover of the south and southeast region of the country. Professor Mobogare, who is also an indigene of Uyeru Kingdom in Delta State, where 10 persons were killed by suspected and Fulani herdsmen in February, also accused the federal government of being silent in the wake of the killings. Responding to claims by the State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Hafiz Nuwa said that some monarchs in the state collect money from Fulani herdsmen in exchange for land. Mobogare describes the assertion by the police chief as a lie, quote, a lie from the pit of hell. He said the statement made by the State Commissioner of Police that monarchs in the state give lands to Fulani herdsmen is a lie from the pit of hell. No monarch gave land to anybody. As these people, herdsmen, came and seized the land, now we have herdsmen scattered all over Delta State. To worsen it with the COVID-19 pandemic, they are now coming from everywhere in the northern part of the country to take over the south, and they are now emboldened to come now for the final takeover. This is a stage of the takeover attempt of the southern part of Nigeria. Phase one was to use Fulani herdsmen, while phase two is to bring Almajiris for the takeover. You know, after the bombing, you bring in infantry to take over the land. These ones are being brought in to take over the southeast and south region. These Fulani herdsmen from all over West Africa are now new, and they are agents whom have come to take Nigeria as their own, as they believe they own Nigeria. And the soft target is the south and the southeast. And I like to say that their belief is also supported by religious ideology. That is what our people need to understand. And that's why we are talking about the churches to also organize. We need to counter that, supported by religious ideology. And yet what they stand for, we all know is wrong, because they would not like to be treated that way themselves. So why would it be right? So, but, and we will not like anybody to treat us the way they do treat us. And we are not going to treat anybody that way. So it is our right to actually stand strong against this, no matter what happens. I want to also share the message that we have given before regarding the insecurity, and I would like our panelists to also talk about that, as the certain trucks are being turned out, the whole of that southeast region, And when I mean southeast, I'm talking about southeast to south, Biafra land. Now, and it says here, so the message that was given by Biafra Restoration Movement, amid COVID-19 pandemic and high risk of outbreaks and social regulations by health agencies and government, like lockdowns and curfews for public safety, Northern Islamic hordes are yet again typically in clear violation of these rules. The mass movement of young men between 20s and 30s of age, men of fighting, working age into Biafra land, even as many from this specific demography, which is the Islamic North, had been in the past, infiltrating our borders, communities, and cities with no clear discernible objectives, must now be seen as an invasion. We must also begin to build data while taking important security precautions and preparations. Every border security outfit and post, including community members, must halt them and ascertain their identities and objectives. Thirdly, interview them separately when they are in groups and determine the coherence of their stories. The interview should be recorded. We must determine where they are from, where they are going, and for what purpose as much as we can. Take their pictures with your phones and take notes with notebooks of their statements attached to their names and pictures. This will go a long way in verification of claims. They and their vehicles and property must be held in custody until their story is verified, or alternatively turned back towards where they came from. Security and good health of our own security workers must be ensured. Every male up to 20 years of age must enlist in every village, community, town, and city vigilante outfit to strengthen security within its areas and be in contact with their neighbors. They must watch out for clandestine movements and actions. And these can come in because we've heard about arms being dumped in in the forests, being hidden in the forest. We heard about arms and ammunition being also dumped in mosques. We must ensure that we look out for ourselves in our environment to make sure that our lives are not at risk in that manner. So we must establish who they are, what is their nature of work, where are they coming from and where they're going. When did they set out in their journey? How do they intend to accomplish their objectives? So common questions that may ask be like, what is your name and what village, town, or city do you come from? How old are you? And what are you coming to Biafra land to do? If you are offered a job, what is that job and who offered it to you? Are you married, have children, and what is the name of your parents and where do they live? Who is sponsoring this travel and where is he? Who owns the vehicles of transportation? Who is the guide among you? Who is providing you with food and shelter? Why are you moving at such a dangerous time and why are you hiding? Because most of them, when they're caught, they're hiding in cars and lorries and things, hiding behind bags of rice or bags of whatever. And we don't know what is inside those bags. Those bags are just presented to us as rice. Why are you hiding and not concerned about your safety? How many checkpoints did you meet from where you are coming from and where were those checkpoints? Were you searched? Because some of them say, oh, well, we're coming from Niger. How did you pass all the checkpoints all the way from Niger and to the east? And why is the southeast the target for that? If you are a foreigner, what country are you from? And where are your passports and identification to prove that you're that from? Why is your destination the southeastern region? So it must now be obvious even to strong contestants of his veracity that the genocidal war against Biafrans between 1967 and 1970 never ended. We still have no other options in the face of relentless abuse of our rights and threat to slaughter us in our own homes, but to defend ourselves. Nigerian government, in surreal repetition of its past gory role, seems to be working to attain this sinister objective a weird second time. Yet our trust is in our God. The long list of Fulani violations of the rights of Biafrans and indigenous peoples of Nigeria is incontestable, as they still work with the cooperation of armed forces and security agencies and a government seized in pursuit of an ethnic and religious conquest agenda. There is no justice for the hundreds of thousands dead at the hands of the terrorist groups, those internally displaced persons at IDP camps, the poor, the deceased, as a result of the northern oligarchy's disruption of Nigeria had been in a state of war that its government refuses to officially declare because it is driven by the unreasonable pursuit of the religious ruling elite in its Islamic north. So let us tell you, to also add to this, there is a Biafran nationalist saying, that is our own Leonard Anemina, said, and we should pay attention to this, had elucidated that Fulani conquest strategy as being of tripartite approach. There is three approaches which are coming into our land. One group is belligerent, bringing the terrible effects of war against its victims. Another feigns peace, befuddling their victims. And the third fakes neutrality, while they collectively drive their sinister agenda. Their victims squirm in vulnerability, consternation, and ultimate defeat, and of course, death. So when one is coming to you as being aggressive, the other one is saying, oh, it's bad, it's very bad. Then another one is saying, I don't know what is going on. They're all working together. So we must be, because that's what we're getting from the government. The government is headed by Fulani people, the security arms are headed by Fulani people, and Fulani people have been massacring people in such large numbers for the past 5 years, and they have the help. So it's obvious from the facts that are there that the government is in collusion with these terrorists. The government is a terrorist government of Muhammad Buhari, and people like Danjuma have said that. Danjuma, former chief of army staff, and also Olusegun Obasanjo has talked about Fulanization. He's the former head of state of Nigeria. So we are not just saying it. There are others who have said it already. People who have held very important political positions in that country. And we must present that as a basis of our own belief and a proof for it. So I will go back to CJ please, if you can add to this, is it appropriate that our people should get some information from these people, accost them and get the information? What do you think about that?
It is an obvious knowledge that this is not a practice game. This is the real game. We are witnessing a sinister invasion of the eastern Nigeria. It is obvious too that our governors or political leaders, like I said, are criminally negligent. They can claim whatever they want to claim. But as long as I'm concerned, they are negligent because they are seeing what we are seeing. They are hearing what we are hearing. So they can not pretend to, to be an innocent bystander. Our governments are, at the very least, compromised. And we will be sure to remind them when the time comes. Okay? If they think that, oh, our children are not here, oh, we are protected, at the end of the day, what happened to Afonja and Kwara in a lorry will happen to them. Alemi, their friend, will kill them. Alemi, that killed Afonja and his family, will kill them and their own family. But we will not allow it to get there because we are a different breed. We are the chosen generation. We are the proud Biafrans, the Jews of Africa. We will take our destiny in our own hands. All I call on our people to do is just like you've read and enumerated, take stock, take data, and do it meticulously as if your life depends on this. Do not do it as a joke. Oh, look at Fulani trailer. Oh, come look at them. What are they doing? No. Our people should organize themselves into a vigilante, interview them one by one, like you said, write a statement, have them sign the statements. Get as much detailed information as you can get from them. Who are you? How old are you? Where are you coming from? He will say, I'm coming from Sokoto. Sokoto is not a place. Where is Sokoto? Where is your local government? Where is your village? Where is your town? What is your last known address? And what address are you going to in Biafra land? Do you have an address where you're going to? No. Do you have a hotel reservation? No. People don't wake up and go into a city without a hotel reservation or without an address. Not even in America. You'll be stopped. Not even in America. You can't wake up and drive from Atlanta and you're going to DC. Police stops you and say, hey, I see you have a Georgia plane. What are you doing? You say, well, I'm here for a visit. Okay? Have a safe stay. But you must have somewhere you're going to. You must have an address. You must have a destination. But these people are trooping in and our people are thinking it's a joke. This is not a joke. This is, like the Delta man said, second stage of their invasion, of their takeover. All I will encourage our people to do is, your security is in your hand. As much as we look up to our government, when they want to kill you, your government will not be there. If you don't have a machete, go and buy one. If you don't have it, buy at least a machete. I've told some people in my other groups, if you have 2 cars, sell one and buy yourself a self-defense.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CJ, for that.
If you have 2 cars, sell your one and buy yourself a self-defense. You need something to defend yourself. Yeah. You need to have something to defend yourself and organize yourself as a community. If Okeke is attacked, Okonkwo, Okori, Okeke must come out. If you don't come out, they will take you all one by one. But if Okeke is attacked and the Okeke and the Okori and the Okaf and the Okonkwo come out, then it will become a group, it will become a mob, it will become a resistance. Because we can surely withstand these people, our ancestors withstood them, and we will defeat them. Amen. And I tell our people, we know what this is. It's unfortunate that those back home, because of hunger, all they care for is, give me this day, give me this day, give me this day. That's all they care for. Over here, we've grown beyond this day and daily bread. Okay, when I'm asking for this and deliberate, I'm not asking for burger, I'm not asking for cheese, I'm asking for something more. But back home, this day is still a anguguru. This day is still a gari and the egusi soup. Okay, with this poverty, they have impoverished our place. They are using weaponized hunger and they are using it against us. But our people should know there is life after hunger. That you need to be alive to even have a livelihood. Our people must realize that. Our people must realize that this land that our ancestors bequeathed to us, we cannot let it go. We cannot just let it go. Otherwise, we become a homeless people and we begin to wander about like vagabonds. That will not happen to us. We can defend ourselves. And there's a warning to the invaders. You might have the APC government, the Buhari government. He will not rule forever. He's not a king. Buhari is not a king. Buhari has a tenure. By 2023, he will be out of government. And all of you who are coming as if he will live forever, as he will rule forever, beware. There's a expiration date. There is a time limit to his tenure. He will soon be out of office. Another person will take over. Even if it's another Fulani, it will be different. And someday, no matter how high a dam is, the river will always overflow it. No matter how high the dam is, no matter how strong the dam is, someday the river will overflow it. Our people are resilient. We will withstand you. We will defeat you. We will conquer you. We will employ the full knowledge and full might of technology that we know and have in the diaspora against you. So make no mistake, this is not 1967, this is not 1970, this is 2020. We have more than 1 million Igbos in diaspora. We can match you. We can beat you. We can defeat you. Your worst, our best, will always be better than your worst. You come at us with your bows and arrow. You come at us with your AK-47. We'll come at you with drones and technology. This is a fight you cannot win. This is a battle you cannot win. You cannot Islamize us by force. You cannot Almajerize us by force. You cannot Fulanize us by force. You will not take over our homeland. Let that sink into your head. We are not sleeping. Even though our governors are sellout, even though you have a helpless Uzodemba in Imo State, Abuja made governor, even though you have some senators that are in your pocket, even though you have some men that have taken oaths for you, the people at the end of the day will prevail. Our people are resilient and we will prevail. If you could not defeat us in 1967 to 1970, if you could not carry out your genocide of extermination and extinction, you will not succeed today. If you failed in those 67 to 70, you will not succeed today. You will fail again. But let me warn you, this time around, you will pay with your own blood. This time around, you will pay with your own lives. Live and let live is a common philosophy of the Igbo people, of the Biafran people. Live and let's live. But if you said you will not live, if you said you will dominate us, that will be at your own expense and to your own peril. If you go to Savannah, Georgia, you will see a tribute to the Igbos where they walked with chains in their hands and legs back into the water rather than be a slave. The Igbos back home are not different. Some of them might have been compromised because of hunger, because of because of they want to be a senator, because they want to be a vice president, but all of us are not compromised. All of us have not eaten the poison fruit. Some of us are still full-blooded Biafrans, willing and ready to defend our homeland.
Hello, CJ, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, better. I changed my device. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mazi Amanza. You can go ahead with your contribution regarding this from here.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for.
Mazi Amanza, if you can be very close to your mic so that people can hear you, the listeners can hear.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I sounding better now?
Yes, that's better. That's better. You can may need to raise your voice a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah. So I want to add to what Engineer CJ has just said. Yes, our people have a history behind us of never having been conquered. We are historically the first set of community that indwells this that has indwelt this area called Nigeria. After us came the Zamfara people and then the Bini people. There's nobody that would drive us out of this land. But then we have to also plan ourselves to take care of the vulnerable. That is the hallmark of our community life. We are Republicans. We do not kowtow to any negative authority. Nobody imposes anything on the Igbo man, no matter how rich, no matter how poor, no matter how wretched he is. He has dignity of life. And so we believe strongly that even this season will come to pass and we will eventually overcome. Like Engineer CJ has rightly said, no matter how strong a dam is, no matter how high to the weathering of the sun and the rain. So what we actually want to do is to see how can we protect the vulnerable? How can we bring about this victory quicker? How can we make it faster for people to determine their lives and what they want to do with it? Because the project of Nigeria is to make sure that there is no self-determination if you are not from a particular group. And sometimes people say, these people are wise, these people are strategic, they are tactical, they know what they're doing. And I say, yes, they are, but then there is somebody helping them think and helping sustain their programs and projects. I want to make it categorically clear that if the Western world is not in support of what is going on in Nigeria today, those things cannot happen. You see that they are in support. It is in their interest that Nigeria remains an underdeveloped country, unable to fend for herself, unable to make a box of matches. And so let us look beyond our neighbors and start to see the giant foreigner who is arming him, allowing him to arm himself, who is allowing him to kill his brother, and no complaints, nobody is invading him. In Syria, the coalition forces have chosen to invade the government of the country,
Bashar.
Assad, saying that he is killing his citizens. How many people died in Syria before the coalition went in there? How many people have died in Nigeria in the past 2 years? What coalition has come in? What Western government has raised their voice to say, no, this is not right, this is not democratic? So let us, as we look horizontally at our brothers that are doing this, let us look vertically at the people that are encouraging and arming and allowing them to arm themselves to do this. That's why I also want to tell our brothers in diaspora that they have a very major role to play. Because if you are here and you decide that, okay, we are going to do this thing, we are going to organize our security, we are going to do all this and that, they are going to eventually get somebody. They are going to get your brother, they are going to get somebody in authority, they are going to get the police, they are going to get the FCC to come and trouble you like they troubled Nnamdi Kanu until he ran away. So you will see that all our activists have either been troubled one way or the other and made to run to their countries again, and they give them stuck up, and line. So I want us to actually start more of action than words. And that action can come from those of you who are out there who are in a better position than us. I want to make it very clear. It's not because people are cowardly, it's not because people don't know what to do, it's not because they can't do it, but the risk of harassment, the risk of being singled out, the risk of being incarcerated on trumped up charges is very, very high. But out there, there is a semblance of democracy. There is a similitude of democracy. And so it's the possibility of trumping up charges against you and just locking you up and even keeping you incommunicado for months, and nobody says anything or nobody can say anything. It's less with you. So please, I will want a situation where we start going into workshop sort of these meetings. Instead of being discussions and seminars, let's go into workshop and start saying, okay, now, what is our timeline? What do we want to create? What are the structures we want to put on ground? And what is our deadline for it? Where are we going to get the funding for it? How are we going to convince people who have made donations and since those donations were not judiciously used, they have been wasted and embezzled. So a lot of people are becoming weak, a lot of people are becoming discouraged, a lot of people are turning away their faces. And so whatever we are going to do now, we have to go back and plan very seriously, and also to put the checks and balances in it. But I still give it back to you guys in the diaspora. You stand a better chance than we here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mazi Amanze, for that advice to our people. As you all have seen, we have been a hounded people. We have been a haunted people in Nigeria. And this is something that we need to look in historically. It's time our people begin to pay attention to their history, to understand what is going on, because without that historical knowledge, you can't understand exactly why what is happening now is happening. Because the present has its foundation in history, even the future will have its foundation in history. A lot of what happens is now is because of what had happened in the past. I think that is common knowledge. That should be common sense. So we must begin to pay attention to study our history. This is an age, is an information age. So isn't it something that we need to do? Simply Google. Google that and find out, read up about something about your history as a people. And the internet was invented, the internet as it is today, which is the global internet, we know was also was invented by a Biafran. Philip Emeagwali was a Biafran soldier, and he invented the internet. This is not something is always said, because I think in the West, he comes from the wrong side of town. So this is not something that's very much broadcast. So, but we know that, and it's a fact. So, and we have contributed immensely to the development of Western civilization ourselves. Even as a lot of us have believed that the West has not reciprocated that, because what we see in terms of our relationship with the West is more of exploitation and degradation and subjugation in different ways. And from the struggle from slavery to colonization to neo-colonization, which is the era we are in right now, where colonial powers have tremendous influence on African countries, and from the West, they are able to manipulate political and economic affairs of these nations to their own advantage and to their own interest, even at the cost of the indigenous peoples of Africa. So, I don't know whether Dr. Chukwume Gemba is there.
Yes, I
like
am.
his input. Yes. Okay, we have been expecting you to add your own voice to this, because it's good to hear from different people. That is our nature as people who are very fiercely democratic and very egalitarian. Please add your voice regarding this security in our land and what is going on at this moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my apologies for the technical glitches and hitches here and there. I have to change the device and manage to connect to you. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Right. I have been listening. Incidentally, I've been listening, just that you couldn't hear me. I've been hearing what most of other colleagues said. Most of them are predominantly correct. You see, the problem we are having in Nigeria, in Biafra land, is a structural problem. And a problem that is that was made worse when Buhari came to power. You see, people, there is a lot. There is power in the words we use in our pronouncements. You see, people tend to overlook some certain things, say that it doesn't matter. You see, there are convictions, there are principles some people hold and believe. So through their pronouncements, through their words, through the words that come from their mouth, then you can know where it's coming from. Now, I'm quite sure everyone in this program, those participants, those anchoring, and so on and so forth, they remember the statement Ahmad Bello made in 1960 that says in part that Nigeria is the estate of their forefathers. One of you made reference to had this conquest from 1806 or 1808 or thereabout, or 1804. Now, up to the moment. And this Ahmed Bello said in 1960 that Nigeria, he had the temerity, the audacity, the authority to say that the Nigeria is the estate of their forefathers and that they will defend it ruthlessly. I mean, if you have, I have it somewhere, but it's not handy now. I'm quite sure you all know what a statement that was made in October 1960. Look back, get it.
Yes, we do that.
Again,
I'll put that after a while.
Right. Read it, go back to it, word for word, every word there. That is the anchor of what is happening today. That they will use the South, or rather minorities of the North, as a willing tool, and the South as a conquered territory. Aye. Go back, every word in that quotation gives me the kind of Guzmak. And whenever I reflect on that words and know what is happening today, I said, yes, this is it. Well, how about the principal officer, the headmaster, the head boy of them all, Buhari? He has not made any secret of his intentions. He has never. He said that it is, in fact, it is his dream to make Sharia ultimate in the whole of Nigeria. I have it somewhere. I made reference to it in one of my write-ups, and I cataloged it, referenced it, and you bring it down to what is happening today. Okay, when he came to power, I can conveniently and safely say that he set aside the Nigerian constitution, or most of the part he don't want that will incriminate him, that will tie him down. He set them aside or keep blind eyes over them. Then the ones that will suit him, that he will use to carry out his destiny, he will put in here and will get his apostles to be making reference to them. For instance, in this pandemic and the movement of this, please, nobody should be using the word Alamajeri. Allah what?
These are foot soldiers. Alamajeri is 12 years down.
The Alamajeri is with the commoners, those who carry plates on the
Alamajeri is under 12 years.
Under age. Good. These
are Boko Haram.
Good. Now, do you see the type of people that come out of these buses, out of these trucks? Do you look at them? Do they look like Alamajeri for you? Look at their body. Look at their faces.
These are able-bodied young men.
Anybody saying or referring to this as Alamajeri, and this is what they are using to cover up. Okay. Buhari came to power, and he conveniently set aside, as I said before, the constitution, which said in part, I'm not a fan of Nigerian constitution. It is a very wicked, one of the instruments of that
oppression.
Thank you, instrument of oppression. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. But part of it said that the Nigerian, that federal character must be reflected in all federal appointments. It is in the constitution, the same constitution that is oppressive constitution. Okay, but how about that part that said that all appointments must reflect, and that no one ethnic group or community or section of the country should dominate any aspect of the federal government? Lo and behold, what happened? And he is doing it to the point that nobody is asking questions.
Nobody's challenging him.
Saying anything. We have the National Assembly.
No senator, no congressman.
At all.
No priest, no religious.
All security agencies, from the most sensitive to the less sensitive. Even to the point that the DPO in my local government who Fulani. The ordinary DPO in a local government who Fulani. Now, the army posts or stations or whatever they call them here and there, all of them are, the head everywhere is Fulanis. Not just Ahosa, not just Northerner. Now, all this is I'm saying so that you people know the foundation of this security. Now, you are saying that they drove all the way from the north to the east. Nobody stopped them. Who will stop them? The brother that is aware of what they are doing. It is only our people, when they come here, that are what they say, who are you? Where? It was only when they come to the east that we started to find them. After Haman, I read somewhere where they passed 120 checkpoints and nobody detected them. Now, and you say that if you call police, even if, now, look at it, the one of you said,
even if you turn them back, they cross the border and come back.
Right. You ask them question, ask them this thing. If they pick up a phone and call the police, who will come? Their brother. They call the army, who will come? Their brother. Do you stand any chance? This is one thing. Now, come to the governors, come to the structure of the government, come to the, Nigeria is defective because of the political structure. Now, there is nothing like election. Election is just a name used to camouflage, to deceive people. there is no one person. I am challenging anybody who is listening, those who have the, who can analyze, find out. I'm challenging you to name one elected individual at any level. I am saying it with emphasis that goes clear through primary, go through the election process, and they win through a pure and applied electoral count. Counted, justified, tallied, balanced. They say, yes, you are the winner. I am challenging anybody to name one person from any level, from local government, if at all. I know in the Southeast, no local government election has been held for as long as I can remember. Okay, let's start from state assembly elections up to federal level. I am challenging anybody to name one. I didn't say two. One person that you can say that yes,
this person won a clear-cut
election clearly from primary, from the selection process through the primary process to the so on so forth this thing without money passing hand. Name one. Okay, when someone has spent their money to buy power to get to where they are they're not going to recoup it? And besides, after they have used their own security people at the highest level, remember, Oga Pata Pata, like President Buhari is the commander-in-chief of everything. He is off the bay, right? Nothing happens without his authority at any level. Then you come to at the DPO level. If anybody commits any crime, the first senior officer you will meet is a DPO. DPO is Fulani. After him, Ogauzi, which is the next one, state commander. Then is likely to be Fulani as well. Commissioner of police.
Or somebody answerable to them.
Good. On at state level is Fulani, definitely. In all Southeast. Then the same thing applies to the military and the other security commanders. They are all. Who are you going to report to? So we are, I don't want to use the word doomed. Yes, to some extent I say nothing will happen, they can't do it. But I don't say that with authority. They cannot do anything. We will do this, we will withstand. I cannot say that with absolute authority or certainty.
My brother, I will come in there. They will try.
But they will try.
But they will fail. But make no mistake about it. Blood will flow.
Supposing we stop them from trying in the first place.
We can't stop them.
We have to wait.
We cannot.
We have to.
We really can. We really cannot stop. We really cannot stop them from trying. All we can do is what we are doing now, telling the whole world, look, listen here. And telling them, listen, we know what you're trying to do, but you will fail. We can't stop them. You cannot stop the wicked from being wicked.
Good, but
DJ, let Mr. Gemba finish his thoughts.
At our own level now, at our own level, can I ask you,
yes,
in
sir?
all honesty, do you think that we have done enough, like people that are under siege?
No.
Now, and incidentally, if you look left, we have a problem. You look right, we have a problem. You look back, you have a problem. Let me explain what I mean. Even at the nearest, most elementary primary level of being even town union. Let us take town union and the Eze from the community. Now, some of the town union, I am just making reference to Imo State where I come from. Under Okorocha, he managed to commandeer the local or community development associations under them and all the Azes under him by paying them stipend. That's what I call it, a stipend, not salary.
Yep.
And because of the hardship at home, 1 naira, I have seen people fighting to the point of shedding blood because of change of 50 naira. Analog, akobo, or Bafra because of change of 50 naira. Now imagine when the President General of your community, who's supposed to be the most primary level of security, is the Eze and the President General of the community. The Eze in council will be made up of the communities, the youths, and this and that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the Eze has been compromised because he is under the payroll of the governor. And the President General was elected under the influence of the governor. Now, governor has his own interest that doesn't serve the interest of the people. Now, Eze Apola meeting, President General Apola meeting, and this is the two most senior officers at the village community level. They are already compromised. How can you step from that primary, elementary, nursery level to the next when you have already compromised? Then you come to the state level, state level. As it is now, it is the Sultana of Imo State that is in charge. And he has created, if you read it recently, if it is correct, he has created 14 Alamajeri school. What are you
15.
creating?
5 in every senatorial zone.
Right. What is it for? Who is it for? Do we have Alamajeris? What are they for? Now, what has this man done for the Imo State people since he got every new appointment? And this thing is all about Fulani Hausa, Islamic, this. Just to satisfy the people who put him on power. By the time this man will finish his tenure of office, the damage will be done so much that it will be too difficult, not impossible, too difficult to undo. That is the level of insecurity. Now, at the state level, all the meeting of all the town unions. Yes, there is association of Southeast town unions. There is such, and some of you have seen the press release and press statement they release flying all over the place. As far as I'm concerned, that is immense. Just as we say that that is it. But apart from that, but again, let me digress a little bit. When you are asking for help, you don't go to ask for help from someone who needs help or somebody who is struggling, do you? Now, let us look at it this way. The whole of the Western world are in crisis at the moment. Thanks to the COVID-19, they are in crisis. They are looking for ways to come out of it. I live in the United Kingdom. This country, they said that in 1 month alone, they have borrowed more than they borrow in a year because they are paying this 80% of salaries of workers plus additional bill and so on and so forth. So are you coming to them? Are you going to America? That is, what's that noise? It's disturbing my ears. Are you going to America that have their own problem? Are you going to China that is fighting, have their own problem, or so on and so forth? Therefore, if we look inward, be strategic, be real, and pick our own and look very carefully, there are, regardless of how rotten Nigeria is, there are still honest people within our communities. They are there, but you have to look for them. They are there. If we get honest people, that will be the beginning of finding solution to our insecurity and to our destiny, because there is a lot of deception created by the rotten structural problem in Nigeria, the bribery and corruption and everything that comes with it. That is the beginning. That is the root of all the problems we're having. But if we are to come back, step back well, and say, okay, all this has happened. How do we correct it? By starting to check, go back and look, ask question. agapita honest men and women, which we can use. But again, do we have the authority to enforce, to do all these things? To summarize, the insecurity is there and will continue to be there until something happens, because something will happen before something happens.
Yeah.
The insecurity will continue to be there until something happens. When will that happen? For something to happen, I don't know. But sometime, somehow, someday, something will happen that will make something to happen positively. That is the problem we are having. It is a monumental problem. We are sitting on a gunpowder. We all know what gunpowder is. Gunpowder are like a arc or like a ignition. If peradventure, the ignition can come from unimaginable, unlikely source, unintended, unexpected, then it would snowball. As for the Amajiris, let them come. As you said, the only thing that we will have against them is using what we know best, which we have edge over them, knowledge and technology. But for us to use that effectively, it will require a lot of coordination.
A lot of coordination.
We can do it, but we have to find a way to do it very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that contribution you had from Dr. Egemba, Biafrans. It says to do this, it will need a lot of coordination and organization. We have to organize. You heard from CJ as well. We need to begin to do something. And I know some people have begun, but you begin it in a spirited way. People should understand that, like he says, first, that he said we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder. That's what it is like now for our people. So we must begin to act. Like we said, some of the suggestions we give you in Radio Biafra International, there are some, not all. And you in your environment can bring out ideas on what to do. The only thing that has shaped this world as you look at it is ideas. Somebody's thinking somewhere. So think, gather together and think. Gather together, think and act. After thinking, you act. You're not just going to be philosophers thinking. You have to act, So we put action to it. This is what we need to be doing now immediately so that our enemies do not overrun us. And in the last segment of this broadcast, I would like to talk about Biafra. Because we sometimes we need to ask ourselves, why Biafra? It's good to ask the question, why Biafra? Was Biafra right? Was it legitimate? Was it something that was necessary? I would like to also, I promised I will quote what Dr. Egemba had said regarding Ahmadu Bello. We did that in the previous broadcast. I'd like to quote that again in terms of the speech of Ahmadu Bello himself, the Sultan of Sokoto in 1960. And he said here, this nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Fodio.
Estate.
We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power.
Ruthlessly.
We use the minorities in the north as willing tools.
Willing tools.
And the south as conquered territory.
Conquered.
And the south as conquered territory.
That's the most interesting
bit.
Go ahead.
As conquered territory. And never allow them to rule. Never allow them to rule. Never allow them to rule or to have control over their future.
Right.
To have control over their future. This is Ahmadu Bello, Sultan of Sokoto, in Parrot Magazine, Wednesday, October the 12th, 1960. These people are evil schemers. And
let us
you
analyze.
can look at this statement, highly intelligent statement, but devilish. That is why you know, and people have to understand the people we are really dealing with. Like you're hearing from our guests talking about how dangerous these people are. We need to understand it. These people are, just look at this statement. And can you imagine when Uthman, Uthman Danfodio, when he lived, that was 200 years ago. Uthman Danfodio was plotting this thing 200 years ago. That's why
my brothers,
yes,
fellow panelists, in the year 2020, up till this moment, up till now, nobody has denounced this statement. We had lynching in America. Lynching has been denounced in the courts of law and in steps of government. Nobody has denounced that Ahmadu Bello statement. Nobody has denounced it till today.
Yeah, till today, yes. You're very correct.
Can I say something?
Just a second. Let me finish my thoughts, and then I'll twist over to you. Yes, okay. And because we'll get into another section. But this is very highly important. And like I said, Uthman Danfodio lived when? That was 200 years ago. This is when this man sat down and was plotting this. That's how they conquered the Hausas, and then took over, and the emirs everywhere. And then they declared sultanates, that they have the sultan. They even eventually had the sultan in, an emir in Ilorin, Yoruba land. Yeah. And a lot of conquests. That's how a lot of Yoruba people became Muslims all over that place, And the problem is that they are not facing them as they are facing us, as they are concerned. They are not concerned about freeing themselves from them. They are giving themselves to them, some of them, as willing, slaves who have been conquered by Islam. So you just stay there, And they were moving down to the west, actually, down to Lagos, before the British came and stopped that movement, that conquest movement. We have to understand that. And I have another quote to back that up. And it says, quote, "The conquest to the sea is now in sight. When our God sent Ahmadu Bello," the same man who quoted Uthman Danfodio, "when our God sent Ahmadu Bello, said some years ago that our conquest will reach the seashores of Nigeria, some idiots in the south were doubting its possibilities. Today, have we not reached the sea? Lagos is reached. It remains Port Harcourt. It must be conquered and taken after December 30, 1964. This is Malam Bala Garuba in West African Pilot, December the 30th, 1964. So, Mr. Gamba, you can give us your thoughts and make it brief so we can get over to the Biafran stuff. Thank you. Is Mr. Gamba there?
From... Yes, I am. The quotation from...
please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The quotation from Ahmadu Bello, that last bit, the whole of it, honestly, I can write a PhD thesis, not even an essay on it. Now, the last bit, that is where I want us to concentrate, even although we are closing. I will actually say that maybe we devote one entire program on that quotation. Let us go and analyze it and see how it is the source of the problem we're having today. Now, the last bit of that quotation, not only that they will not allow us to rule, that is what the aspect of it that is paining me to bone marrow. Not only that they will not allow us to rule and allow so that we can now manage our own, but they said that they will not even allow us to rule ourselves.
Exactly, that we will not have control over our future.
Can you imagine? Just think about it. They will not allow us to rule, and they will not even allow us to have control of our future. And this is exactly what is happening today.
Yes, look at and they have been doing it covertly.
You want to say something about that?
They have been doing it. They have been doing it covertly, but in 2020 they did it openly to the glare of the whole world. Where a Supreme Court ordained a man governor, and the man in turn ordained an emir and created an emirate in Imo State. And before then, T.Y. Danjuma has warned in his thesis or in his graduation ceremony in Taraba State University that these people will stop at nothing to take Imo State because of the Joe political importance of Imo State. And the man said, as a soldier, it will only take 3 hours to march from Owerri to Calabar, 3 hours from Owerri to Enugu, that if they get to Owerri, they've conquered Igbo land. And the man said it, and they did that, and the churches in Imo State were sleeping because I'm so angry and so mad at Imo State people. Okay.
If I may ask CJ, is it not the concern of all Biafrans in the Igbo?
Yes.
Are they going to be just quiet and
Mazi, it is the concern of all Biafrans, but all Biafrans will not vote in Imo State. Okay?
I agree.
I know they rig elections. But if the Imo State people resisted, despised the APC party the way we despise Buhari and voted for him only 5%, why didn't Buhari rig himself in Igbo land and get 50% or get 25% that is required?
What will the Imo people do? Because they have actually marched.
I will tell you what they will do.
Yeah, give them suggestions on what they should do now.
Let me finish, please. My suggestion is this, right?
Could you let CJ finish his thoughts? Yeah.
My suggestion is this, right? I will not stop saying it. The church has to rise up.
Yeah.
Our SS has been compromised. Our PGs have been compromised. But the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, the Methodist, the Presbyterian has not been compromised. We need a lot of Bishop Chukwuma in Imo State and every Igbo diocese. Bishop Chukwuma was the bishop that came from Bauchi to Enugu. He's an Anambra man, but he was a Biafran captain. Yes. He was a captain in Biafran army. So we need that. We need that all over Igbo land. We need our bishops to sit down today and say, we were asleep. They caught us napping. That's how Supreme Court gave this man governor. But come devil, come Satan, come Lucifer, he will not return. Our people will need to make a deliberate stand and say, this man will not return unless he will rule from the grave. Our people need to be that desperate.
Yes.
Our people need, Imo State people need to be desperate and forget about Nkwobi and forget about Iga Hotel and Ime Party. Imo State people are too full of life.
Simply inclined to hedonism and Epicurean culture, rather, and that is the problem.
Our people need to realize that. Our people need to wake up and realize that if Ilori can fail, and from the time 1806, Ilori failed, the people have not recovered it, or we can fail and will never recover it.
Yeah.
The church in Imo State, the people in Imo State need to see it as a war of a lifetime.
Thank you so much.
What is his name? Also, the man must not return to Douglas House, after 4 years.
Yes, thank you.
No, what if you say you are going too far? If he is there till the next year, you people say what? It is not late. Let me explain this. It is the will. What's that?
We cannot recall him.
No, we cannot recall him, but we can make it uncomfortable for him. Make it uncomfortable. In fact, he can be chased out. Now, let me put it, just that the political will is not there. No, just picture this. As you said, the churches said, okay, in one Sunday like that, the bishop, any other, say all dioceses, all parishes, all this thing, at this day, at this particular day and time, everybody should march, come out. Then this town union signed a quote. Just imagine, I just want you to picture this. The church and the town union coordinate this thing very well. I say, all the churches are near you, everybody march, Mandegi Joku, Mandegi Jigwe, Mandegi Boss, Mandegi from all the nearby places, nearest. Move on. All the communities, those who can walk down to, let them walk down. Those who can use the Igwe or motor, any sort of transport at a particular day and time. From nowhere like this, everybody take a Igube, take a Esu, take a millipede, everything. May occupy government land and stay there. Say nobody should move there for even 24 hours. The demand is what? The governor should come out of the government house. We don't want him. And if you see Arab Spring, you see what happened in Arab Spring? Arab Spring, Do you know what happened in Sudan, not South Sudan? How the former president was chased out. It was the consistent and the persistent demonstration. Consistent and the persistent. Hey, man, like that. Tomorrow, Alapa, in the morning, they come out again. Another day, they come out, make it there, make it there, make it there, make it there, make it there. How many people can the police and army kill? How many people?
Thank you very much for that advice, Mazi.
I rest my case.
We will move on because of time, because I know that like what you're saying is true. People do have to learn about persistence to resistance of oppression and look for ways. Actually, in Radio Biafra here, we have always advised them, said, look, even if it's to ensure that no vehicle that is government car works, ensure that that government doesn't work, so that everybody else who works with the government can go home and sit down, and other people can support the people who are working with the government. We can contribute money. If they are living in a house, the person who owns the house should not take rent from them, because that is his contribution to the struggle. Then to ensure that they don't get hungry, neighbors, everybody contribute money to support those who work in government, and everybody leave the government for the hope to stay there in his house, in that government house alone. Then that government will be grounded, definitely. And we have given this advice so that we don't even need to confront the police or anybody to shoot anybody there. No, that you stay back and make sure that no government worker goes to work. Schools closed, everybody, anything government, stay home. And ensure that that government in Imo State does not function again. We are giving it as an advice so that Imo people can make their considerations, and every other person who is from Anambra, support them. You need to talk to them. You need to get better ideas than we have put up here in Radio Biafra. They'll find a way to make that government not work, so that that man can step down there. Because if Gopu Zodima gets up in the morning and goes to work alone, and nobody is there in the government working, nobody will tell them what to do. That man has to quit that place. He's a usurper. He's a usurper. And he is sacrilegious. And what he's done is sacrilegious to our land. And we will resist it with every fiber of strength in our body. We have some more people who have joined us. Please announce yourself. I will need you to speak in just about 10 minutes each, so that we can switch over to issues of Biafra, so we can educate our people more on Biafra, because historical references are very, very important, so that, like we talked about Madubelo's speech and his reference to Othman Danfodio, it helps us understand what we are going through today. And this is something that somebody who conquered the North 200 years ago, you know, what he said about Nigeria, that it will be the that then what his name is, Sultan of Sokoto, is backing it up, that this should be an estate of their great-grandfather, Uthman Danfodio. So that's Uthman Danfodio's idea, obviously, you know, and we can see what is going on. And that is how they conquered the North. They're fighting in the Middle Belt. They've taken over a lot of lands over there, and they're coming down south finally. Now they're putting fighters in trucks, in huge trucks, and shipping them down to our communities. And, you know, it's like just our leaders are sleeping. This is terrible. You know, like people who have been on that, you know, sort of spell while these terrible dangers increase and surround us. And we'd like to hear from those who have joined us. Please, if you can hear me, just announce your name, and we'd like to hear your contributions regarding insecurity in Biafra land, insecurity in Biafra land amongst our people, and what we should do. And please, you can make a brief contribution to wait for just about 7 minutes, and we can go over to the next segment of this broadcast. Because I can see, all right, we will continue, and we will absorb them as time goes on when they come in. Now, I want us to discuss Biafra, actually, and there are certain historical documents and historical facts which we want to highlight, and so we can understand that this stuff didn't start today. It is just that our leaders have been negligent. That is what it shows. We as a people have been negligent. I think it's difficult not to blame the people, because it's the people that simply kept quiet, and they treat their leaders like they are great people when the leader is just not doing much. We've had things settle. You have certain videos circling about Ebonyi State, about development in Ebonyi State. Can you imagine that? And they're sending and yet the governor probably had done 1/20th of what he has done, and yet you're congratulating him, doing propaganda. And so many people buy this propaganda. If you don't, how many people are being congratulated for going to work? Every day you go to work, you come back, someone congratulate you. But this one, they don't do what they're supposed to do. The little they have done, people will take it and sing it as if we're all in heaven. He tarred the road, this, that. And these are some people who have also lived in different countries of the world, abroad, in Africa, and you go to Ghana, you see what people are doing in terms of development. And you compare it to where you're coming from. And why are you singing praises of people who are simply incompetent? There is something wrong with our mindset. Instead of holding him responsible to develop your land so that it can look like Washington, D.C. and Japan, you are not holding him responsible to do that. He went there and poured some black water somewhere on the road, and you start singing that, he's doing something. And in this type of mental attitude is also part of our problem. Because I don't see what Umahi is doing. Umahi has been fingered as being directly responsible for bringing Fulani people into our land. And he is the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum. What has he done to resist Fulani? He's embracing Fulani. He's just like, they're bringing in, building mosques and so on, and you don't know whether they're dumping guns in those mosques. They are converting our people, bribing them to convert and become Muslims. Or say, okay, I'll pay your school fees, I'll do this, I'll do that. This is what Umahi is aiding. Umahi is aiding our conquest in Igbo land, as Biafrans. Umahi. I don't know what his first name is, so he's the governor of Ebonyi State. The man's actions are simply despicable to many people. And it's time our people and those who know him has to warn him. If you don't want to lead us and ensure that you are responsible for your position, to protect your people against their enemies, then you are an enemy to your people. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about Afonja. Somebody who was supposed to fight for Obawode. He went there and eventually joined Fulani people. And what happened when he joined them and the Fulani captured the Ilorin, and he captured the Ilorin, he became the Ilorin, they killed him after they have used him and killed his children. These are the same people that Umahi and some of our governors and Obiano, we have heard him in videotapes talking about how if you kill somebody, Fulani kills somebody, you pay 5,000, and if they kill you, you pay. What is that? Is that 500,000 naira? Is Obiano's head worth 500,000 naira? What type of talk is that? This is disgraceful. Mazi Obiano, you are a disgrace to us. It's time for you to wake up. If you don't want to change, then get out of there. We're not interested in simply because you have a position as the governor. And then you decide to, put our people in such terrible dangers. What type of nonsense is that? Look at what is his name in Abia State? What is he called again? This man, you come into government, all you see is a pack of money. And you people act like children who have come into a toy shop. You lose your head. You lose your head. You want to worship money? Go ahead and worship money. The day you will live out this world and die, your name and the name of your children will change your name. I'm telling you. Because they will be ashamed to walk in Igbo land. They will be ashamed to live in Igbo land. They will be ashamed to identify themselves with you. How can you be doing this to our people? Or Guinea. You go and steal public funds and what? You want us to just go and clap for you and praise you? You are mad. And then all you do is carry soldiers and carry and threaten people. You think by threatening people, that is how do you get respect? You are disdainful and you're disdained. Look at Abba, how Abba is like. Abba has been left rotten for years. From all Jews of Kalu to now. These people can't tar roads. We're not talking about putting electricity and all the rest of it. What Mbakwe did, we still talk about what Mbakwe did today. None of them could do it. From TRG to, this one, okay, Aziz, not there. All you know is to threaten people. Empty pride and arrogance. Because you are a friend with Fulani, and that makes you proud, shows that you don't even know yourself. And you threaten people, and all your day is sharing money with your friend. Sharing public funds with your friends. What a disgrace that these governors are to our people and the senators. You go there and take millions of dollars a month and just stay there, and our people are being conquered. So I hope, don't take it. Yeah, I know that you don't like it. Who cares? Who cares? You are lucky because my people are just mellow. If they are but if you get them to very violent, you will see what will happen to all of you. Go to your father's house if you don't want to govern. Go stay there or find something else and do. Do business too. But don't put yourself in that position as a leader of the people and you don't know what it entails. And all you're doing is bringing Fulani people getting praises everywhere. You are a waste. There is nothing in you. You are like disgrace. And like I'm telling you, you find it out when you come out of power. Because you come out of that power and you see how you be treated. You are saying, my brother, I'm sorry. Sometimes I lose it too, like some of you do. And we will get into to Biafra because this is what we've done over the years, and we have seen this thing happening, and my people are dying out of it. So
nobody will blame you, my dear. Nobody will blame you. I don't even like to start because if I start, it's something else.
Anyway. Yeah. Let me see. Let's because I don't know our people, and we have told our people it's time to stop worshiping people in power. Worshiping, you go and greet them. Are you greeting that man that doesn't need any respect from you? Why is it that they tell you that the governor is coming? So all of you go there to listen to somebody talking nonsense instead of doing what he's supposed to do. Sunu fulego, sunu afulego, ndibo. Everywhere you are, all we talk about is Egone. He built this, drive this car. He did that. Very materialistic people. You will go to hell in a handbasket if you all continue like that. I am not against that type of idolatry. You don't know God. You think you know God. No wonder what is happening to us. All they know is titles and money and all the rest. What type of nonsense is that? And your enemy is taking your oil is being taken by your enemy, and he commits anything.
We are talking about homeland now.
Your head gets up to the roof. People like this. I can't believe I'm coming from these people.
Baze, cool temper. Asim nejele me nugu 2 years ago. Mputa kusi okwu. Ndị manane ne manaka onye boto. Ma onye yazu afi. Nnezi anya afum na fa ne manaka onye yazu afi boto. My family is safe. My family is secured. They have health insurance. They have life insurance. If I'm talking in Enugu, if you're talking, they're looking at you like you are stupid.
I've told you, I'll go and pick the Bible and read. I don't mean don't go to church and all these things you're doing. Because just church, when I see in a church, I keep a man more. Stop using all these words to deceive yourself. Cannot talk straight. And we expect what is happening. And when you have your father's land, that your father's compound be taken over by Fulani, you will rise up to fight. But all along, you are busy eating chicken or doing something else. Yeah. And refusing to pay spiritual attention even to your God that made you. You are going to churches so simply as a duty, routine. That's all you are doing. Go and study that book, the Bible, so that you can get yourself in there and find out how you're supposed to actually behave. Read it. avoiding it.
Yep.
Get to meetings, you refuse to pray. Get to meetings, you refuse to talk about political issues. These are the issues that matter most. You refuse to do that.
And I keep saying it. If we cannot pray about our liberation and freedom, what else is it that we can pray about? What is it we can pray about?
Because you're governor, or because you're senator, or because you're for what is that?
Can I come in a while?
My brother, who is there speaking?
This is Maazi Amanze once more.
Maazi Amanze, please.
Yes, sir. I want to actually say that what your observations are critical and obvious. But then, when people make these observations, I still ask, you see a baby that is on the floor, and the baby is crying and weeping and weeping on himself, and you are criticizing the baby and saying this baby is crying too much, this baby is unhygienic, this baby cannot stand up. But sometimes we fail to see the giant that is sitting on that baby. What do I mean by this? You see, when the violence, when the war of weapons and arms ceased in January of 1970, the war did not end. What really happened was that the theater and the platforms, the weapons of the war were changed. So we are in a situation where Biafra land has been undergoing a war of attrition since 1967. From 1967 to this very moment is a total of 53 years. Now, what is the implication of this? Before the civil war, before the genocidal war against Biafra, in which every single nation, influencer, whether you are talking of the Americans, you're talking of the British, you're talking of the French, you're talking of the Russians, name any one of them, the Germans, they all supplied weapons and men to fight the little people, the few people that were called Biafra. And when this war of weapons ended, it turned to an economic and political war. And that economic and political war is still being fought by those Western powers in connivance with the Nigerian authorities and all our neighbors and our brothers against us. So when you see the Igbo people, you see some of them, you say, why can't you move? Why can't you do something? Why can't you organize? Why can't you go? You fail to see the people that are sitting on us politically and economically. You hear of every single Igbo man of influence who has any industry that has a name is compelled to close that industry in Igbo land and move it to another place of Nigeria. If they fail to do that, they harass them, they insult them, they humiliate them, until the man will actually feel threatened, he will run away, run back to the Western world, or he will quietly move his distance to to another section of Nigeria, so that there will be economic strangulation, continual economic strangulation. And when that continual economic strangulation takes place, what happens is when they sprinkle just a few loaves of bread, people will kill their brothers
to have a peace.
Yes, and so I always try to excuse our people, not because I think that what they are doing is right, but I try to see the forces that are gathered against them. Do they have a solution? Do they have an answer? And the answer is no. If we look at pre-1967, it was in Igbo land where you had the largest number of industries. I know that the first graduates in my community were trained with the communal effort. They told everybody, you cannot go and harvest your palm fruits again. So the community will harvest it, sell it, and give those children money to go to school. They went to Cambridge. So the woman is somebody who naturally takes care of his people. The only thing now is, after the cessation of hostilities, they now imposed scallywags and imbeciles as political leaders. And the first thing they will do is to eliminate and frustrate all the nationalists. If you don't control to them, they are going to eliminate you. If they can't drive you away, they will kill you. So what do people do? All the people, everybody that has a voice that wants to say something positive, you either go out and say it, or you stay back and shut up. Because they are going to harm you. They are not making empty threats. So I see a situation where I always say, those of us here, there is a limit to what we can say, what we can do. It is still the people who are not here, who have a semblance of security, whether it is health security, insurance, whether it is food security in your job, whether it is a political security in the rule of law. There is no such, nobody here has any security of any type. There is no respect for human rights, there's no respect for life. Anything can happen to anybody at any point in time and nothing matters. If herdsmen have slaughtered 30-something thousand people and not one has been arrested, what kind of system will you call that? So you actually have to be empathetic when you try to describe some of the things that I have interacted with people. I have known those who want to say something, want to do something, but of course everybody says my children, my family, my life, and there's no two ways about it. We are under siege.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mazi Amanze, for that analysis. Let us go into the Biafran section. Listeners, I hope you pay attention to this. This is one of the background of the Declaration of Independence. Before Lieutenant Colonel Demen document the historic broadcast of Tuesday, May 30th, 1967, declaring Eastern Nigeria an independent sovereign state by the name and title of the Republic of Biafra, the military governor made an hour-long broadcast recounting the facts of the Nigerian crisis from independence in 1960 to the present time. These facts, in a way, form the background to the solemn declaration of Eastern Nigeria as an independent Republic of Biafra. The governor's solemn broadcast reads. I will just pick some parts of this broadcast that are relevant for today. And we should remember that Biafra, as it comes again, it will include our people from Abo, from Benin, the Banke, to include our people in Gala, in Kogi, It includes our people, even in Nazarawa, the Arago. There are some people who are Do, who are also from there, like Idoma. Aragos come from Idoma. So all this sort of cutting off Igbo to be small in the map, it must end. We must fight against it. And some of them don't know themselves. The same thing they're doing in River State, cutting up people and telling them they are different from Igbo when they are Igbo people. We know there are other people, we know they have Ijos, and so but we're related to all of them. Even Calabar people are very, very much related to us. A lot of people there have Igbo blood in them. So let us, I'll read this background of independence, read a little bit of it. Some of it says here, throughout the period of Nigeria's precarious existence as a single political entity, Eastern Nigerians have always believed in fundamental human rights and principles as they are accepted and enjoyed in civilized communities. Impelled by their belief in these rights and principles in their common citizenship with other Nigerians after amalgamation, Eastern Nigerians employed their ideas and skills, their resourcefulness and dynamism in the development of areas of Nigeria outside of the East, which other people do not do. Eastern Nigerians opened up avenues of trade and industry throughout the country, overlooked the neglect of their homeland in the disposition of national institutions, projects, and utilities, made available their own natural resources to the rest of the country, and confidently invested in the general economic and social development of Nigeria. Politically, Eastern Nigerians advocated a strong, united Nigeria for one country, one constitution, one destiny, which was a mistake, obviously. Eastern Nigerians were in the vanguard of the struggle for national independence and made sacrifices and concessions for the cause of national unity. They considered the inauguration of a federal instead of a unitary system of government in Nigeria. What the North told us. Leaders of Northern Nigeria have told us several times that what our former colonial masters made into Nigeria consisted of an agglomeration of peoples distinct in every way, except in the color of their skins, and organized as a unit for their own commercial interests and administrative convenience. The name Nigeria was regarded by many as a mere geographical expression. So it was not just us that the North had done that, but the origin reason why they're holding on to Nigeria now, one, they want the oil, which is what they are exploiting, and then they want to suppress the Igbo man. That's all. That's the two things that's holding that place. Then he says here, I continue, in course of time, the peoples of the other parts of southern Nigeria found that they possessed many things in common with those of eastern Nigeria, while the colonial master made adjustments to accommodate their common ties between the southern inhabitants. The peoples of the north insisted on maintaining their separateness. On October 1, 1960, independence was granted to the people of Nigeria in a form of federation based on artificially made units. The Nigerian constitution installed the North in perpetual dominance over Nigeria. This is being read in May 1967. The federation was predicated on the perpetual rule by one unit over the others. The constitution itself contained provisions which negatived the fundamental human freedoms which it purported to guarantee for the citizens. Thus were sown by design or by default the seeds of factionalism and hate, of struggle for power at the center, and of the worst types of political chicanery and abuse of power. One of the two situations was bound to result from that arrangement, either perpetual domination of the rest of the country by the North, not by consent, but by force and fraud, or a dissolution of the federating bond. This was written, so our people, our fathers saw this stuff coming. National independence was followed by successive crises, each leading to near disintegration of the country. Some of the major events which are directly attributable to the defective and inadequate constitution may here be mentioned. So we can see that even the constitution was defective and inadequate, even as at 1960 and 1963 constitution. In 1962, an emergency was imposed on Western Nigeria. Jurists agreed that the imposition was unconstitutional. It was a ruse to remove certain elements in Western Nigeria known to have taken a firm stand against the misuse of political power. A puppet of the North was maneuvered into power in Western Nigeria. That was Akintola. Also in 1962 and again in 1963, Nigerians tried for the first time to count themselves. What should ordinarily be a statistical and dull exercise was, because of the nature of the constitution, turned into a fierce political struggle. The official figures established by these censuses have been discredited. So it is not Nigeria rigs every election, rigs every census, rigs every, It has always been right from the beginning, very defective. I continue. Federal elections followed in December 1964 elections, which have been described as the most pharisaical in our history. Candidates were either kidnapped, killed, or forced to withdraw from the elections. Results announced were in direct opposition to the actual facts. The Southern parties had boycotted the election, and the deadlock which followed brought the country near to dissolution. The situation was patched up, the conflagration was brought under control, but its embers lay smoldering. On October 11, 1965, elections were held to the Western House of Assembly. The puppet government of that region existed, not by will of the people of the Western Nigeria, but because of the combined power of the federal government and the Northern Nigerian government, which installed it. The electorate of Western Nigeria was not permitted to declare its will in the election. Fraud, foul play, and murder were committed with impunity. The smoldering embers of the recent past erupted with unquenchable virulence. The irate electorate showed its resentment in its own way. Complete disorder followed, yet the federal government, dominated by the North, this same North always, fiddled with the issue and even refused to recognize what the whole world had known, namely that Nigeria was on the brink of disaster. Only the armed forces remained politically uncommitted and non-partisan. Some of their officers and men revolted against the injustices which were perpetrated before their very eyes and attempted to overthrow the federal government and regional government. In desperation, the ministers of the federal government handed over power to the armed forces under the supreme command of Major General J.T.U. Aguiyi-Ironsi. The military administration under Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi made the first real attempt to unite the country and its people. The Northerners saw in his efforts the possibility of losing their control of the affairs of the country. So while its leaders paid lip service to unity, they laid plans for making sure that it could never be achieved. Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi was, of course, an Easterner, but the majority of the individuals at the head of affairs were not. At no time under the civilian rule did Eastern Nigerians hold a dominating position in the government of the Federation. Then, after that, we had the May riots. On May 24, 1966, the military government issued a decree designed to provide a more unified administration in keeping with the military command. The people of Northern Nigeria protested against the decree, and on May 29, 1966, thousands of Easterners residing in the North were massacred. That's they killed the Easterners who were in the North in May, while Aguiyi-Ironsi was there as the head of state, were massacred by Northern civilians. They looted their property. The Supreme Military Council set up a tribunal to look into the causes of those unprovoked acts of murder and pillage and determine what compensations might be paid to the victims. As you can tell, that was never done. There was no justice brought to people, as Nigeria has done severally. The Northern emirs declared their intention to pull Northern Nigeria out of the Federation rather than face the tribunal. But the Supreme Military Council justly decided that the tribunal must do its duty. Then on July 29, 1966, 2 months after the May murders, the despoliation and 4 days before the tribunal was due to commence, its sitting, the real pogrom against Eastern Nigerians residing in the Federation began. Major General Agui Ronsi and his host, Lieutenant Colonel Francis Faji, were kidnapped at Ibadan and murdered. This time, Northern soldiers acted in concert with Northern civilians. Defenseless men, women, and children were shot down or hacked to death. Some were burnt and some buried alive. Some were burnt and some buried alive. I want Biafrans to hear this so you can know the people we're dealing with. Women and young girls were ravished with unprecedented bestiality. Unborn children were torn out of the womb of their mothers. Again, on September 29, 1966, the pogrom was resumed. 30,000 Eastern Nigerians were known to have been killed by Northerners. They were killed in the north, in Western Nigeria, in Lagos. Some Eastern soldiers in detention at Benin were forcibly removed from prison by Northern soldiers and murdered. At the time of the incident, millions of Eastern Nigerians resided outside the East, and persons from other parts of the country lived in this region. While Eastern Nigerians who assembled at Northern airports, railway stations, and motor parks were set upon by Northern soldiers and civilians armed with machine guns, rifles, daggers, and poison arrows. The army and the police in the East were specifically instructed to shoot at sight any Eastern Nigerian found molesting non-Easterners living in the region. Wow. By early October, the sight of mutilated refugees, orphaned children, widowed mothers, and decapitated corpses of Eastern Nigerians arriving at our airports and railway stations inflamed passions to such an extent that it was found necessary to ask all non-Easterners to leave the region in their own interest. Since the events of July 1, 1966, there has been a mass movement of population in this country. Nigerian society has undergone a fundamental change. It is no longer possible for Eastern Nigerians to live outside the region without fear of loss of life or of property. Two facts emerge from the events described above: the widespread nature of the massacre and its periodicity in 29th May and 29th July and 29th September show firstly that they were premeditated and planned, and secondly, that Eastern Nigerians are no longer wanted as equal partners in the Federation of Nigeria. It must be recalled that this was the fourth in a series of massacres of Eastern Nigerians in the last 2 decades. At the early stages of the crisis, the world was told that it was a conflict between the North and the East. That pretense collapsed when it became clear that Northern soldiers moved into Western Nigeria and Lagos as another step in Northern Nigeria's bid to continue her so-called conquest to the sea. Belatedly, it was generally accepted that the fundamental issue was not a struggle between the East and the struggle between the North. It wasn't the struggle between the East and the North, but one involved the very existence of Nigeria as one political entity. Throughout the Nigeria crisis, some of the indigenous judges have been found quite unequal to their calling by reason of their involvement in partisan politics. People soon lost faith in them and would not go to their courts for redress. In some measures, they were responsible for the collapse of the rule of law in certain parts of Nigeria. Providence has spared us in the East from this terrible calamity. It is now necessary to summarize the attempts of the government and people of Eastern Nigeria to solve the crisis and of the bad faith with which these attempts have been received. On August 9, 1966, representatives of the military governors meeting in Lagos made decisions for restoring peace and for clearing the way for constitutional talks. Notably, the decision that troops be all repatriated to their region of origin. These decisions were not fully implemented. On September the 12th, so remember here, as I read this out, that in August 6th, there was regional governors meeting. And the decision was that troops should be repatriated to their region of origin, but it was not fully implemented because the Northerners in the West never left. On September 12th, the ad hoc constitutional conference consisted of delegates representing all the governments of the Federation met in Lagos, and for 3 weeks sought to discover a form of association best suited to Nigeria, having regard to the prevailing circumstances and their causes and future possibilities. This conference was unilaterally dismissed by Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the head of the Lagos government. Can you believe that? So they set up another conference September 12, 1966, ad hoc constitutional conference, and it was dismissed by Gowon. And we believe on the advice of the British. It had become then impossible for the Supreme Military Council, the highest governing body in the Federation, to meet on Nigerian soil. As long as Northern troops were in Lagos and the West, no venue could be found acceptable to all the military governors for a meeting of the Supreme Military Council in Nigeria. So it met at Aburi in Ghana on the 4th and the 5th January 1967 on the basis of the agenda previously determined by the officials of the governments of the country and adopted by the Supreme Military Council. Decisions reached at the meeting were ignored by Lieutenant Colonel Gowon and the North. Decisions reached at this meeting. The Aburi Accord was not implemented by the Lagos government. All the meetings of military leaders held since Aburi were held without the East. All decisions taken by Lagos without comment and concurrence from the East. And this goes to the creation of those 12 states because the East was not involved. You can't sit in Lagos and simply create the states without consulting the people. As several times the creations of, I think in Abacha's time and Babangida, more states were created in Nigeria without the consultation of the people. These are Northern Fulani oligarchs in military uniform and also in civilian uniform. They are the ones who have combined to do this. So I would like us to comment on this before we close, and I would like to go to CJ, please, to tell us, because this background is very important. That's why we are sharing it in Radio Biafra International, so that people understand that everything was done for peace to be made. Our people have already been killed, and we're still going to meetings to get peace. And we went to the first one. The North has never kept any agreement. You know, the one in August 1966, the one in September 1966, September the 12th, they never kept it. The one in Aburi, they just shredded it. And in fact, after a post-war period, we have had series of conferences. Abacha set up a constitutional conference. They never kept that constitutional conference. The Obasanjo National Political Reform Conference in 2005 or so, yes, 2005. I think July to September 2005, they had 157 resolutions. Not one of them was implemented. Then we had Jonathan's Constitutional Conference 2014, the resolutions up to 600 resolutions, not one of them was implemented. So for those people who are still thinking that Nigeria is one for our people, Mazi CJ, my brother, what do you have to tell them?
The Fulanis are habitual and perpetual truce breakers. Okay? Like the Bible say, we are for peace, but they are for war. And anytime we speak, they accuse us of being the ones who are for war. But in all intents and purposes, to the full glare of the world, a manifestation of the world, they are the ones who are the truce breakers. People keep saying one Nigeria. There is no better one Nigerian than the Igbo man. After the war, we moved our bags and baggages to the same abandoned houses, to the states where we have abandoned houses in Port Harcourt, in Kano, in Sokoto, in Lagos. We let bygone be bygone. Unbeknown to our people that the people, we are not even happy that we survived. They are still plotting a total conquest, which took Buhari running for 4 elections before he could attain his purpose. My brother told me something 2 days ago. I'm an engineer, he's a political scientist. He's a doctor in political science. So he told me 3 days ago, there are 3 conditions necessary for a genocide to take place. He said 1 is the oppressor and the aggressor. 2 is the target or the victim. 3 is the innocent bystander and the enabler. Those conditions are fulfilled in Nigeria. We are like lambs led to the stake. But resistance we must offer, which is why we are not Jesus. We must resist to the point of our blood. Otherwise, we will all be slaughtered. The Yorubas are the innocent bystanders and the enablers. Without a Tinubu, there will be no Buhari. And I ask my Yoruba friends, what crime do you accuse Jonathan of that Buhari has not committed 1,000 times? Why are you all so quiet? Why did Adeboye have to prophesy in 2019 in parables? Because he could not come out boldly to say Buhari has failed. We erred in supporting him. The man is not any born again. The man is not any repentant. He is still the same Buhari we know. Because 4 years, he has shown them that in 4 years. What was the excuse of the Yorubas in supporting him in tenure? Other than being an innocent, gullible bystanders and enablers of the impending genocide. The average Yoruba man in Nigeria is happy as long as the Igbo man is complaining or complains. They are happy. Okay? Our people will owe something to ourselves. One is to defend ourselves at all costs. Chubo Kadibu, my very good friend, my mentor, he said, our people have been once victim. We don't need to be another victim. If there must be genocide in Nigeria, let us be the perpetrators. No apologies to anybody. If there must be genocide in Nigeria, let us be the perpetrators. Let us not react. Let us be proactive. As is looking, as is clear and obvious, there is a genocide waiting to happen in Nigeria. The Yoruba media, they are the enablers. Yoruba politicians are the double-edged sword, cutting here and there. Our people are confused and naive, and at best compromised. Waiting to see it cannot happen, it cannot happen. It is happening. It is happening. The world was idle by when Rwanda genocide happened. The world was idle by when it happened in Kosovo. The world is idle by is happening right now to the Rohingyas. The world is idle by where it's happening to Yemenis in Yemen. Okay? None but ourselves can free our own mind. Nobody can save us. Nobody can save us.
We have to do something ourselves. Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Let me land.
Go ahead.
Now, there is something that is working in our advantage. That is, Bible say, the race is not to the swift. No bread to the wise. No riches to men of understanding. But time and chance happening to all men. Time and chance is in our favor. The world economy has collapsed. Oil is of no use anymore. France has passed a bill before the coronavirus that by the year 2030, no vehicle in France will be using oil anymore, petroleum. Okay? So my other brother will always say that what brought him down will eventually elevate him. The oil brought the curse on us. Now the world has no need of oil. But we are going into a second colonization from Chinese. And the North will not stop at nothing to sell out to the Chinese. But notwithstanding, we need to fight. Our duty, which is why I keep going back to the church. When every other thing has failed, the church has not failed us. The church is the biggest assembly. The church is the biggest market square. The church is the biggest town union or town hall meeting in Igbo land. The church remains the biggest town hall. And the people own the church, unlike Daddy G.O. and Mama G.O. The people own the church. The parishioners, the laity, own the church in Catholic Church, and I'm sure it's the same in Anglican, I'm sure it's the same in Presbyterian, I'm sure it's the same in Methodist, I'm sure it's the same in Anglican. So our people, through the instrumentality of the churches, should take their destiny in their hand. When they go to church on Sunday, when they start praying, grab microphone and say, let us pray for Biafra. Let us pray for freedom. Let us pray for liberation. That first Sunday you will do it, you look like a madman. Second Sunday you will do it. Third Sunday you will do it. The fourth Sunday, another person will be bold enough to join you to say, let us pray for Biafra. To say, let us pray for those in diaspora pushing on this battle. Let us pray the governments of the world that God will touch them to listen to us. Because I believe in prayer, not because prayer is everything. No, we will have to work. I believe in prayer because prayer will link us to God. Prayer will make this fight internal. The reason you see full able-bodied soldiers coming down as much is because they have been brainwashed with religion. Let us use our own religion to wash our people, not brainwash them, but to enlighten our own people. That we need to defend ourselves. Bible says, you fool, why die before your time? Why do you have to die before our own time? He said, you foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? You foolish Biafrans, who has bewitched you? Rise up and defend yourself. Number two, we must, at all costs, put Biafra on the ballot this next election. Let Biafra be part of the campaign discourse. Let us elect those who are pro-Biafra. God bless his soul, was able to do what he did because he had authority, because he had a mandate. If we have an eye of fire share in Enugu today, the Fulanis will not cross on Soka. If we have an eye of fire share in Ebonyi State, the Fulanis will not cross Ebonyi State. If we have an eye of fire share today in Anambra State, the discussion will be different. We have a modern eye of fire share among our midst. Let us entrench pro-Biafran advocates.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mazi CJ, for that advice. I think people, if you cannot hear this, I don't know what else you will hear. It's time to begin to fight for our very survival. As he said, be ready to fight. We'll pray and God will be on our side. Will deliver us by the power of his right hand, but we will fight. If it comes to any fight, it's our duty to fight for our living. Not to just stand there and then people will just kill us. No, it shouldn't be so. Don't think that at all. I don't know if we have a Geofortune Anwata who is if we can connect to him. So I'd like him to make a contribution on this panel. A Geofortune Anwata, Mazi Geofortune Anwata. If not, we'll be going to Mazi Amanze. From there, we come to Egemba before we close. Mazi Amanze, what do you say? We've read here everything that Igbo people did. They are killed. They ran away from different parts of the north, came back home. They are still killing them. They went to meetings. And after all these 3 meetings, they had to even go abroad for another meeting. Because it wasn't possible to hold meetings in Nigeria anymore. The war hasn't set up yet then. They had to still go for one abroad in Ghana. And then after that, Nigeria would rip up all the decisions. Just rip it and put it in the trash. What type of people are we dealing with? These people, and they don't see anything wrong with you. You don't see Nigerian media complaining that why is it that these people don't? They don't. All you see is attacks against Igbo people. These people are from hell. I am saying it confidently that these people that call themselves Nigerians are from hell. They are idolaters and they are devil worshippers. Because who would you get? You are the one who is killed and butchered. We are the one who are sad that our people's blood are being shed. Innocent people, I mean. No, they went there and they used to say, oh, it's January 1966. That is what caused it, January 15th. And then we reminded them that, look, Igbo people were massacred in 1945 in Jos, and it was Fulani and Hassad, and Fulani leading it. The British decided to do that. And then they did it in 1953 again. So where was January 1966, before 1945? I didn't know that 1966 goes before 1945 and 53. So, tell us what you think about that, Marcel.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much. I want us to read between the lines in this text, and what do I mean by that? If you see, people say, if you see a small bird dancing on the path, that you should know that the drummer beating the tune is somewhere in the bush. As at all this time, even if you go a little back in history, even in the military and in politics, you see the British people trying to strategically place the North at an advantageous position because they realized that they couldn't manipulate the West, the Awolowos and the rest of the enlightened Yoruba people were not going to dance to the whims and caprices of the British. They couldn't do that in the East, and so they were left with the North. And the North ran a caliphate system. In a caliphate system, the head is the Lord over all. And so if they can get the head to do their bidding, they have got everybody. And so once we found that it was easy to control the northern population, even the most enlightened of them still are submissive to the caliphate. They are submissive to the head of the traditional and religious authority. And so when you consider that, you now see why the British were ready to give power to the North. So they will rig the population census, they will rig the elections, they will rig everything, rig the military, send the southern so the recruits and to courses where they will spend 3 years, and they will send the northern ones to courses where they will spend 6 months and come back. And people who were recruited at the same time as them, by the time they returned from their 3 years training, these ones were already captains and were above them. So when you see this, when you see all of this happening, you really sit back and think that yes, there is somebody, there is a drummer beating the tunes to which the bird is dancing. And if we want to tackle our problems, if you remove that bird, another bird will come because the music will continue to be played. So we need to really sit down and look at these people and say, what do you want? Okay, we said they wanted oil because of the oil in the south, in the Niger Delta. They didn't, and the petrol politics was a very big politics. Petrol, that is a crude oil ruled the world in the economical and even political terms. But we now come to a situation where the crude is playing very little role in the politics. And so what is next? The only thing that is next is land. So you see a situation where crude used to be the weapon, the weaponized crude. Now they are weaponizing land. All these invasions we are seeing is an attempt to take the only thing which will now matter, arable land. And from the north, the desert is encroaching. And unfortunately, we have very little solution for that. And even the president has made it very clear. He said that they cannot allow the South, which they fought for, and which has the arable land, to go, that they would rather drown in the ocean than allow that to happen. So what are they looking for now? They're looking for land. So if you say there is lockdown and trained youth are coming into the business, they want to alter the demographics and also to have a stronghold on the land. And these people will also be used for elections. So when we are considering these things, we really need to think deep and to know that these problems will not be solved on the surface. If we condemn the politicians today, when elections are going to hold next time, they're going to use the police, they're going to use the army, they're going to use the FCC, they're going to use these people that are being infused into the land. They're going to rig the elections again. So we really need to go into, we need to have a think tank, and we need to organize enormous resources behind them. There is no other solution. If we do not have people thinking very, very deep and they try to checkmate every strategic and tactical move, not just looking at what is happening on the surface, and then to organize the type of resources behind them so that they will be able to answer present wherever the meetings are called. There are meetings now that are being called in Nigeria and you will not see an woman. And that is because we have not organized so much power behind one of us and pushed him like the West is pushing Tinubu. Where was Tinubu when, what was his level of wealth when he became governor in 1999? Where is his level of wealth? How many Yoruba people are complaining that Tinubu is richer than almost all the states of Southwest put together? They see it that he now uses that wealth to command a level of political authority, to be present when they want to make somebody president. They say, okay, Tinubu, come and contribute. And because they know he has enormous resources behind him, they will at least allow him in. But in our own case, because of our egalitarian republicanism, everybody is a master and a lord to himself. And if you misuse 10,000 naira, everybody will come upon you and they will clobber you to death. So you see that we are not playing the politics right because we are not looking at how other people are playing it. So that's why when I make my contribution, I say, look, two things we must do. We must have thinking people, and we must voluntarily put our resources behind anybody we want to make leader. And we are going to allow him control of those resources. And if you don't want your resources to be misused, don't contribute it. Whatever you contribute, you see it as I have given it, it's my sacrifice, I have made it, and you look away. So that we have people who have that level of power and that level of resources. My brothers, I do not see any other way. I have looked at it, I have listened to people. I'm a very good listener. You see that even in this our broadcast, I make very few contributions, but I listen and I milk everything that is being said. So I want us to go into a workshop sort of thing, raise a think tank, and find out, tell Biafrans, you need to put your money where your mouth is. And with that, we will enter into those places in London and in Paris and in DC and in those other places where the decisions about Africa is being taken. Right now,
thank you so much.
We are not in those places. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. We only have about 15 minutes left. I would like Mazi Chukwumegamba to please give me like sort of his closing statements regarding these issues that we have discussed.
Thank you very much. I will want to comment briefly about the Ojukwu's speech you read, which gave some chronological account of events that led to the declaration of state of Biafra, there are a few things I want to point out. In the 60s, we were killed in their territories. That is, we were killed. The program, the descent started from Hausa territories, from Fulani territories, from the north. They started from there to kill us until the war was declared, until they managed to sort of run us over. But fast forward now, and I want you all to think about it. They are changing their strategy. Now they want to start from within our backyards. They are not going to, because they know that the people, our people that are there in their territory, is theirs already. They don't have anywhere to go. They can do anything they have. Then they are not after them. To kill them is easy, and they use them. And if they feel that they are useful to them, like providing essential services for them, they will keep them to continue to do that for them. It's to their own benefit, to keep their economy, to maintain their health system, to maintain their economic and other infrastructure, keeping them running. That's fine for them. Now, like someone said, we have identified that it is that land grab. Therefore, they are penetrating. They want to. If they did not do anything between now and 2000 and between now and 2023, I will be very, very surprised, because their head boy, their current chief executive, their current commander-in-chief, their current mentor, who is giving them that leverage, that authority, who is giving them that backbone, will be here between now and then. And all the security chiefs and every other infrastructure he has put in place, they will want to take advantage of it and use it until that period. So my take is, if they manage using what they have now to bring in as many people as possible, remember, they control everything. They can use even the Dangote trucks even before the lockdown. How many people checks Dangote trucks of every type? Nobody checks them. Remember, Dangote sponsors some of the police vehicles, sponsors the police. If you see some of the police vehicles, they did not even camouflage it. You will see Dangote corporate images in some of them. That's to show that he is contributing, he is feeding, he is helping to finance or to mobilize the police, to use their terminology. So the police will hardly come after him after his truck, so they always have a complete passage. Whatever that is in those trucks, we don't know. Arms, etc. Now, the arms have already moved in advanced party has already moved in, and so on and so forth. Now, they are now using the advantage of the lockdown to bring in their people. They don't even need to use the advantage of the lockdown. They don't even need to even conceal or hide them, because they can still troop in, no question asked, because they man the highways, the checking points. So when the time comes, that's one thing we have to think and remember and plan and think about. They are already inside. When the command will be given, they are already around us. Now, they have the manpower on ground. They have weapons on the ground. Someone said that go and buy machete. Okay, you can buy machete. Can you match machete with a gun? That's one thing we'll have to think about. Another person said that, and it's correct, that for genocide to take place, you have to have a dictator that is willing, and the ruthless aggressors that are ready to pounce on the people, and the willing stand by those who will stand by, okay, bystanders. But unfortunately, it is not just the Yorubas that are the standby by us now. Our people are also guilty of that. How many of our so-called political elites have raised their voice against what is happening? How many of academic elites have raised up on what is happening? How many of the organized private sector, trade unions, so on and so forth, have even the so-called societal organizations have raised the voice on what is called? Have you people observed that the trade unionism in Nigeria have died a natural death? Is anybody talking about trade unionism? Only the ASU and this only few of them that are still making noise. I remember the old days, the Nigerian Labour Congress will call out their members on strike and this and that, but nobody hears about that. Even the Labour Congress has been taken over by the Fulanis and so on and so forth. So our people are bystander. And one of the brothers has said that the church is only town union or can to serve the can stand as or take the role of the town union they can rest. But unfortunately, it is my considered opinion, that the church have not done enough. In fact, I will unashamedly include them as part of this bystanders. Yes, the church are part of this bystanders. How many of them has voiced, gone to the pulpit and said, and then alert their people, said, this is what is happening. Or no, the church, with due respect, they have not done enough. So when the whatever we start will start, the church will take responsibility for also being what's the word, for being an accomplice, if you like. Seeing something and not saying it, you are an accomplice. Remember what happened in South Africa during the heydays of apartheid? The church played a prominent role. We remember, everybody remembers Desmond Tutu. Desmond Tutu. Desmond Tutu was a church, is a clergyman. He brought out with his collar, dog collar, with this in his parishioners will follow him. And I don't remember, I stand to be corrected, I don't remember any time police shoot on Desmond Tutu and the people marching free with him because no arm, no nothing.
Yeah, well, Nigeria will do that. Nigeria is such a jungle. Yeah.
Right. But have there anybody? Okay, if not coming out, they just don't. You cannot say whether they do it. They have not done it, and then they have police or army shoot on them. That will be on record. But they have not done it. They've not attempted any. Even in the pulpits in this, as far as I'm concerned, I stand to be corrected. I don't think that they have done enough.
Okay,
yes.
Let me chip in. Let me chip in.
Episodically,
the church has not done anything at all. That's why I said we need to use them. Now,
right.
When I say the church,
now let Chukwuma finish his thoughts.
Episodically, some of them make comments here and there, including Bishop Chukwuma and others, but it is not enough.
All right.
The power of the church. The power of the church is potent. That there is, in fact, it is. If you say that it is the only high moral, it is the only area that is still a little bit. Although some of them have compromised, they are dancing and whining with ill-gotten money from the politicians and others, but there is still something there that can be salvaged, but the fact remains that they haven't done what they're supposed to do. That is a fact. So, in terms of being bystanders, we are all strong. But when the time comes, there is a piece I wrote the other day. I use social media to circulate it. The warnings are there. It has been given loud.
It is very clear. I think I agree with you. We agree with you. Yeah, you're very correct.
Will say that I didn't know. Now, history is always written when something happens. Now, can we fast forward it and everything is now present?
Yeah.
When this
President Gamba, thank you so much. We want to accommodate two more people who are in here.
Okay, please.
for people who joined us. So we want to shorten the broadcast so that people can actually listen to it, so they will not be too long that people be bored. So that next again we can continue with our discussion. So, but I want to call in Ejiofor Chinanwata to please make a comment regarding this, our security and Biafran history and our experience, and after which we'll go to Mezika Peter. Mazi Ejiofor Chinanwata, please, if you can hear the sound of my voice.
I can hear the sound of your voice loud and clear.
Thank you so much. It's good to hear.
And I am very, very privileged to be among these noble Biafrans, my co-panelists. May God bless all of you, and may your family take pride in what you are doing for your country, and may the world recognize that you have come to save your people, and may history endow upon you for all you've done and all you will continue to do for your country. Yes, my brother, Odimoro, thank you again for calling upon me. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I had a situation that I had to handle, earlier today. However, I am here now, as they say. The issue of security with our people is something that most of us, everyone, even a market woman will tell you in our village, will tell you exactly what is wrong with Nigeria and tell you what we need to do. What we need to do is not the issue here. My particular concern is, why are we not doing what we know that is required and what we really need to do, and why are we not doing it? Because the handwriting is on the wall. This thing did not start today. It started a long time ago, and we're all aware of it. But the thing is that these people keep on poking and poking, gradually poking, and then our people is like, after the war, maybe we just basically decided to go to sleep and allow the nature, our good nature, to take control of other people. We believe that by living by example, people are going to emulate our thinking, emulate our behaviors, and maybe act like we are acting. That is why we spread all over Nigeria, trying to really maybe show Nigerians, yes, even though we are the one affected, we are the victim of your onslaught. We lost 3.5 million of our people, but you know what? We have actually maybe forgotten or forgiven you guys. And that's why we tripped back to the north. And that's why we tripped back to the west. And we basically allowed ourselves again, to find ourselves in a serious quagmire. Upon that fact, our people are still questioning what is going on. So we all understand all that. And having understood that, you will know that when somebody has declared a war on you and you've declared peace on him or her, it's going to be difficult to reconcile these two extreme positions. And that is what has happened to our people. Now, the situation is as bad as it is. And we know that in Radio Biafra International and Biafra Restoration Movement, we believe that to fight and to get our country back, or maybe to secure our country, Biafran struggle is not for a weak-hearted individual. It's not going to be, business as usual. During the Nigerian war, the so-called Nigerian Civil War, which we call on Radio Biafra International Third World War, because that was what it was. We said that we forgot that particular principle. We forgot all that. But we know that now the enemy is in our doorstep. They are not just looking for our lives, they are looking for our land. And not only that, our land, which we believe we inherited from our forefathers. No, we did not just inherit it from our forefathers. We borrowed it from our youth and our future generations. It is a borrowed item. It's a borrowed land, which in fact that we're going to give back at one time. And what will happen when our young ones and our future generations rises up to ask our parents, Where is our land that you borrowed from us? What will be the answer of everyone? That is the key. And that is the question. And that is why we know that we cannot and should not relent. These people, not only that they are using diplomacy crafted from British government, not only they are using that, they are equally using voodoo and witchcraft and mysticism, you know, and then controlling our people, because something is responsible in placing our people into this comatose, that they seem to not realize the danger in the land. They seem to not be worried about what is going to happen or what is about to happen, or they assume that everything is going to be okay. No, because no nation and no tribe and no people will tolerate what Biafrans have tolerated in Nigeria. No single place in the world would you read in the history books that people like Biafrans actually gave 80% of their resources to a people or to a nation or to other people, and then again allow themselves to be slaughtered in that large number, and then allow themselves to just ignore all these things and then try to move as if nothing happened, without assuming that there is some mysticism, or maybe witchcraft, or maybe voodoo, or maybe British Ngwangwa, which we call high diplomacy. So something is definitely wrong. So my brother, you asked a question about my comment on this issue. We are not going to analyze the whole problem today. We are going to contribute a little bit of what we can and say to our people, get ready, be prepared. We are not going to lose this battle. We believe in Radio Biafra International, and we believe in Biafra Restoration Movement, that yes, are we going to suffer some losses? Like every war, yes, we are going to suffer some losses. We're going to lose maybe about 1 million people, or possibly 2 million people. But in the end, we are going to win. Because when you want to attack your enemy, who from day one wanted you dead, when you want to really attack, maybe go against your enemy, when that actually wanted you from it's like Israel. You go with what I call overwhelming force, and you go with all you got. So it is not for faint-hearted. It's not for people who are not ready to die, or people who are not ready to preserve. Because either way it goes, you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazia Jofo Chinawata. We appreciate that advice. And listeners, you can hear it. Thank you. Your advice is always very in-depth and insightful. And it's something that, you know, anybody that holds on to it will benefit a lot. And I hope Biafrans think in this way, that you need to go on offense now, not just on defense, for your own very survival. Very, very important. Thank you so much, Mazejo Fuchinawata. We appreciate your counsel and your statements a lot. I heard that we have Mezika Peters. Is Mezika Peters, please, would like to hear your comments on insecurity back home. You can introduce yourself briefly, because this is the first time you're speaking in this radio station. And delve into the insecurity we're having in Biafra land and the issue of Biafra itself.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, great Biafrans. My name is Mezika. My name is Mezika Peters from Obibo local government in Iguacha or River State, Nigeria, Biafra land. Some people know me as choir master. Perhaps Dr. Chukwumedemba there will recognize who is on the line. This is my very first time to join Biafrans on such a broadcast. As we know, there are so many Biafra broadcasts online platforms going on. And let me not take a lot of time, because this is the last, I guess, last minutes of the broadcast. I thank you all for having this platform, the Biafran Radio International. the Biafra restoration movement. Now, our people, of course, we are facing existential threat. And this existential threat has always existed with us since the British colonizers swindled our our parents, our ancestors into trade, to slavery, and from slavery to colonization. Here we are today. We're not going to recount what has befallen us. But please, I want to use this platform to send a message to the Boko Haram, to the Fulani militia, to their sponsors, and to anybody who thinks that they can overrun or march down to the south or to wherever they think they can conquer, that this is the 21st century. And in this 21st century, we are the jet age. Regardless of the number of Fulani foot soldiers that they might think that they will send down to my homeland in conquest, I want to send this message to you clearly. All the leaders of the Fulani, Mieti Allah, Hore, and the rest of them, that this battlefield will not be in Igbo land or in any part of the southern Nigeria. That this battlefield will be at a place of our choosing. And this battlefield is not going to be like what they have ever seen before. So while we are crying and mourning the murder of our people in their farmlands, today I watched a woman in Delta State, Anambra State, who was in a farm. And she was being shot, robbed, and her daughter was kidnapped this day. And I was shedding tears. This is just one of the numerous occasions that this has happened. And I want to reiterate here and tell them that this, in Igbo language, they say, "Okay, barumun neasikafa upakrekre." So that being said, I have one thing to tell my friends again for them to do. A lot of people are calling on, some are calling on Zoom meetings, some are calling on, people are talking a lot of things. I want us to be cautious with the choice of words we use. This is not a verbal fight, it's a fist fight. And we cannot be giving our enemies all our ideas or possible ideas that we are going to use or strategies that we are going to use to foil any of their plans. So please be guided, and some of the things that we have to discuss, please make some panels where we will come and discuss, and some security things should be security things. Security things should not be discussed in the open. So I don't want to take any more time. I want to encourage your friends to be resolute, to be courageous, not to be fearful, because like the Mazi CJ was talking about prayer. Without prayer, it was only when there was a Pharaoh in Egypt that the children of Israel realized that they are facing persecution. It's only when there is a Pharaoh that they started crying and God had to hear them. So now we have a Pharaoh. It's a good thing that Buhari came back to be the president of Nigeria. It marks the end of our problem, because now we have a Pharaoh. So we have to rally around, reschedule and reorganize ourselves. We have what it takes. We have what it takes to secure our land in terms of human resource, in terms of materials, and otherwise. So let us not be crying as if we are hopeless, because one with God, they say, is majority. So I don't have much to talk about today about the discussions, but I just wanted to say this maybe on subsequent involvement or engagement in this broadcast. I will be saying more things regarding our security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi Mezika Peters. We appreciate that speech that you gave. Appreciate your advice. Appreciate your analysis and perspective to what is happening to us in the land. We have, as we come to a closing, we will have two more people to speak briefly so that we can be able to round up in time so that people can be able to listen to our program actually, because when it's too long, what they will do is that they will prefer that to avoid it, not to listen to it at all because it's too long, or just listen to a little part and go to something else. So we want to present our messages in due time. Right now, it's probably 3 hours going to 4. So we will try to shorten it next time to make it at least probably 2 hours, and so that our message can get through. So Mazwan Ike Nawananeni, this is one of the pillars of the Biafran restoration movement. Is a veteran of Biafra, a veteran, an able veteran of Biafra. We want him to make his contributions as we come to an end of this program gradually. Mazwan, if you can hear me, please. Is Maziken Nawananeni there? If not, hopefully we will be able to get back to him.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Okay.
Yes, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
I think the line is true. You can go ahead.
I want to use this chance. Am I coming out clear? Because there's some network.
Yes, you're coming out clear. So the listeners are hearing.
Okay.
It's quite audible.
Okay.
So continue.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, this is amazing to be a part of these comments. Yes, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to thank. There's an echo. Okay, I mean, I want to thank Mazi Amanze, for all his beautiful comments, his nice comments, and also Engineer CJ Chijoke, Then and Dr. Egemba. We've already got a full years of what we need to do to be able to get this thing done, and it's a very, very wonderful information. I'm having some technical problem. Is echoing. Is echoing. Anyway, let me. Okay, let me try again. So most of these panelists have already explained exactly what we need to do, and so that we can. It's echoing real bad. It's bouncing back on my ear. Sorry, I apologize. Well, we've already got a message, and I appreciate for them coming. I want to use this opportunity to thank our listeners, and also to urge people, for us to be getting this beautiful comments, nice comment, researched information. That way, they will, help us. Oh, okay. Mazi Odimogal, I think it's not in the best interest for the public for me to continue because it's rebouncing. There's about 2 minutes delay, and it's bouncing on my ear too bad.
Oh, really? Okay, sorry.
I think we're having some problem here.
Yeah, sorry. We'll hope to correct it. We'll look into it in future. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in briefly. Like he has said that we have said everything. I would like Mazi CJ to please give us his closing remarks. So hopefully we'll round up at 3. We'll have 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah, Mazi CJ.
Okay. In rounding up, I will simply remind our people the sayings of the ancients. Na onye ndị ilo gbara gburugburu na-eche ndị ya nche mgbe niile na-alarụ n'ụla. Adịka akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru, wee sị Jizọs wee gara ochigheta azụ ọkọrọ ụmụazụ ya aka ọsị ha ụna na-alarụ ụla. Ọ pụtara na unu enwere ike isoro m wee chee nche ọbụnagodi otu awa. Ihe a nọ na kịta bụ otu awa. Onye ọbụla kwesịrị na-eche nche. Nwafọ ọbụla Igbo ọbụla, nwafọ Biafra ọbụla kwamụ ekwesịrị na-alarụ ụla ọlarụ n'ekwo kwọ mba. Ihe a nọ na kịta bụ watch and watch. Listen and listen. If you want to pray while you're watching, you can pray. But watch we must. We must raise watch parties. Watching our communities, our neighborhood, especially those in the front line, especially those in the border, in Nsukka area, in a Delta area, in Anambra area where the border, Kogi, those are the borders. This is the time to raise watch panels. Unu echezina ka olu December before unu ebido nche kịta. Nche a na-eche na Christmas tichebie kịta. Agwa abatago n'ime ụlọ, ọ nọzi n'akịrịka. Hausa ba agafego ọka. Vanozi na Ozakol. We should be awake and alert. Try as they may, they will. But our defenses will surely hold forth. Okay? All we are trying to do is minimize casualties on our side, but they must come. Like a fool destined to die, they will try. But this will be the last battle. I can assure everybody, this is the last battle. Okay? They have 3 years. In that 3 years, we will not provoke them, but unprovoked, they will still attack. Like a python, they will try to strike, but our people should be alert. And if we are alert, we will catch them before they do much damage and repel them and possibly destroy them once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to use this opportunity to thank all the panelists for this program. We have gone to almost 4 hours. And we hope to have this type of open court meeting again, Radio Biafra, in the next broadcast to discuss the issues of the times and also advise our people. Information, they say, is power. Radio Biafra International is out here to educate, to inform, and to persuade our people over things that are very, very important. So Biafrans, you've heard it all. Go to your town union meetings. Go to your town union meetings, wherever you are. Do not dilly-dally. Do not take it as a joke or something that is ordinary. No, it's not. Because when the debt starts coming in, you will see how serious it gets. So please, we need to prevent. We need to be proactive. We need to act ahead of time. Go to town union meetings, have global networks and contacts with other groups of people, of your own people, wherever they are all across the world. And I'm calling on everybody in Biafra land, everybody, whether you are Legbe in Obudu, or you are Ewang in Mbo local government area of Akwa Ibom, or you are Idere in Itu, or you are Igala in Kogi, or you are Bira in Kogi, or you are Idoma, or Igede people who are in Benue State. It's amazing how much we have been cut off in different groups. And you are Okobo, or Obolo, or Oba, or Obogolo, in Hoada. Wherever you are, stop listening to your enemies who have exploited you and using the Igbo man. You are Igbo. There is what do you call it? Blood tests has started these days. We have DNA technology has gone up, science. So time will come, we will do this blood test so that some of you can, but some of you know. So it is your enemies that are trying to divide us, because if they divide us, then they can be able to defeat us. And remember that the people who have been exploiting the oil back home in your own land, ancestral homeland, have been people from the north and other parts of Nigeria, and they have not given you anything back in return. It is not the Igbo. The Igbo has oil. All these lies because they believe that probably if you work with the Igbo, you'll be free. That they know that anyways. So don't do what your enemy wants you to do, because if it changes your mind, it will be terrible. So I once again call on the Ilue in Oron local government area of Akwa Ibom, the Oro and the Uda people in the Mbo local government area of Akwa Ibom. I call on the Bumaji in Cross River, the Bapinka in Akampa local government. I call on all people in Biafra land to wake up and do the necessary for our own safety and our survival in Biafra land. Remember that you must join vigilante if you're 20, just about 20 and over. Join your vigilante in the village, in the city, wherever it is. Have your meetings. It is there that you hatch up what to do. Have your meetings, make sure that our forests are searched, mosques are searched, get information that are necessary, and intercept any foreigner or any Fulani man who is in Biafra land. Let him give you his information. You must have his information. That is important. His information, this is your land. And foreigners cannot come over there and begin to act however. They can do the same in the north for us, but we tell them that they have to do it. The difference between us and them, we know our people are in the north, is that we don't kill people and take over their land. Fulani has been proving to do that over and over in their history. And it's written in books, it's right there in the internet, it is in the newspapers almost on a daily basis. So nobody needs to hide that fact any longer. It is not, you can't hide it anyway because it's in plain sight. So keep the faith strong and make sure you abstain from patronizing people who are killing you. Do not be buying things from them, their businesses. You're only strengthening them. It's enough that your oil is exploited. And we say, the God of Israel grant us the wisdom and knowledge and courage and strength, protection and victory over those who seek to destroy us. And may his name be praised and exalted ever and ever. In the name of Yeshua, I pray. May God be with you until we meet again. Thank you so much and goodbye. From me, my name is Odi Mohalo. Goodbye for now.
Thank you, Odi.
Thank you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Leo, I hope you can be able to make the cut where you should. I thank all the panelists who came in and for the time you spent. Please come again and invite other people to join us, because a lot of people are listening and ideas rule the world. And the more we give them ideas, the more they walk towards what is good. And so many of our people too who are not educated enough, and sometimes it's through the internet that they can understand even what is going on, those who are not paying attention. And people are I think they pay the least attention to issues of politics in that land, So this time around, think this is getting the attention, and it is time to inform them on information we have been used to for a very long time. So I appreciate you all being here and your contributions. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mazi Odinkala. You've done so marvelously well. God bless you.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Yes, this is all we want is Biafra people. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is
we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra.
Lord, and I can't beat. I am here calling you, oh Lord, praying to you, singing to you, oh Yahushua, because they made us slaves in our own land. I can remember once upon a time in the Bible where the Israelites used songs and praises to get on the wall of Jericho. This is the kind of miracle we need for our freedom. We know you can answer us as you answer Israelite the days of their slavery. Them and shoot us, them and kill us, bloodshed everywhere. Give us Biafra, give us freedom. Oh Lord, Yahushua, I call upon you.
All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom.
Oh boy, yeah, yeah. Oh boy, ha 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 ha. I say what you been waiting for is on your doorstep. I say what you been waiting for in your house. 30th of May, 30th of May, 30th of May. You prove yourself in your land, yo. I say, dear friends, I said, dear friends, 30th of May is the time to prove yourselves. Imagine what they want to do right in your land, yo. Sometime I wonder what you've been waiting for. I could stand by and watch them iniquity take over your land. You better gonna rise and defend your land. Your friend rise and defend your land. Your friend should rise and protect your land on the 30th of May. You better rise and think against the right. You better rise, not back against the wall. Walk up on the height, walk up on the corner and defend your land. Hey! I said them approaching your place and left and right in that center. They wanna take you for us again and destroy your lives. You know one thing I want to say, make sure you don't fool yourself again. Don't let no one do it for you. Cannot no one will do it for you. Only you, your friends, sons and daughters and warriors will rise. Only Biafran kings and queens will rise again. Hey, you not imagine what they want to do with all your lands and life. If you want to waste your time to mess around, on the 30th of May, on the 30th of May is the only time you want to prove yourself and before the nations of the world. 30th of May, observation, 30th of May is the day you remember the heroes and the warriors, sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, children of Biafra, Kwashoko people. Hey, hey, 6 million dying, counting on, and a 6 million killed, we continue on, and a 6 million dead, we continue on. Only 30th of May, you prove to the world that you are able. Hey, on the 30th of May, you prove to the world that you are able. Don't let no one collect the money from all them traitors. Come and cause you to lean on, come and cause you to go astray. On the 30th of May, the 30th of May. 30th of May is the day you prove yourself. The whole world watching.
whole world listening. The whole world waiting for Biafran warriors to rise again. The whole world waiting for Biafran warriors to rise again. Hey, and I wanna know what you waiting for. And I want to know what you sitting for. And I want to know why you back against the wall and not waiting. Hey, and I thought you tough me. I thought you tough me. 30th of May is the day you prove yourselves. On 30th of May is the day you prove yourselves, Biafrans.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Our people are crying. Biafrans are crying. Our Biafrans are crying. And no one listen. I say no one listen. We're wailing from our land. Hey, we crying long ago. 50 years after war against Biafran people. The sons and daughters of Kwashoko, the sons and daughters of Kwashoko, some of them grandfathers, injustice carrying on. Biafrans, oh Biafrans, how long you shall waiting for you? How long you shall be waiting for them UN? I mon. I'm on, Biafrans mon. On 30th of May is the righteous day. And there you prove yourself before international community, before international silence, before international dumbness, before UN and blindness, before AU and quietness, yeah, hey, mon, hey, mon. And 30th of May is the right day that you prove yourselves. Zulu say, don't wait. waiting Babylon them ways. Come never protect your land at all. I say Biafra youth and warriors, and of Biafran soldiers and men, and women, and the scientists, and the chemistry, and the physicists, engineers, and the farmers. We better rise and protect yourself. No one we do, no one we do it for you, boy. Mourn. A Biafrans are mourn. I thought it of me. You're gonna prove yourself. You're gonna explain yourselves. You're gonna show yourselves. They say stay home and a silence and a quiet time and a reflect and I understand that Most High God, everlasting Father, Chukwoki Kabia, my sweet you. Mourn. And mourn. Touch it of me. Realize I say no more time to a lazy. I say no more time back against the wall. You better advance and I take over the land that Jah give you.
The more we fight together, the more we fight together, the stronger we shall be. The more we fight together, the more we fight together, and stronger we shall be.
Rising sun, rising sun.
Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it or leave it, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. We've been crying, the world claim not to hear. And we've been lamenting, the world claim not to hear. Our tears flow, the world claim not to see. And our blood flow, the world claim not to see. This is a crime, oh no, against humanity. Oh no, yeah, this is a crime. Eritrea spoke out, they were given independence. South Sudan spoke, they were given independence. Namibia spoke out, they were given independence. Give me the reason my people got to be neglected. Give me the reason my people got to be rejected. Give me the reason our freedom got to be a crime. Give me the reason our own freedom got to be denied. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. I tell you what, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it or leave it. Oh no. Whoa. That was physical battle, and we're betrayed by
Now the people them trust. Today heroes are fighting. This is a spiritual battle. Let us unite and give Biafra a meaning. If we don't take time, we can remain in this life. No freedom of speech, no freedom of expression, no freedom of worship, no freedom of religion. Justice denied. Oh, no. Of my own very people. Yeah. Justice denied. Yeah. On the rising sun. Yeah. Justice denied. Oh, my freedom fighter. Yeah. What is so bad? My people wanna be liberated. What is so bad? My people wanna be independent. What is so bad? My people wanna be alone. This is the time we will make it known to the world. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. I tell you what, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Hospitality, positive, education, positive, economic, positive, hospitality. I tell you what, positive. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africans. I tell you what, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. My people will cry. Biafrans will cry. My people are suffering. Oh, Biafrans are
Oh yeah, why, Mr. Friday, hey, equity, yeah, boy. What we need is freedom. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Talk your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Talk your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down.
I wake up in the morning to see people falling. I wake up in the morning to see army shooting. What are they shooting? I know it's funny. All of the soldiers that we might live. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. The blood of the innocent are calling for revenge. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. All of the soldiers that we might live. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. Innocent souls are calling for revenge. Though we raise a flag, they shoot us down. Biafra, we stand and nothing more. But they are shooting, and we are dying. And we are marching out today in thousands. Though we speak out loud, they shoot us down. Biafra, we stand and nothing more.
Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Talk your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Talk your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down.
Many things where they happen for Naija. Many things where they happen, I don't like them. Every day
shooting and killing, my brother. People dying like flies, it no good, oh. Hey, hey, I. Oh, no, 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 it no good, oh. Killing innocent people, people fighting for the right, it no good, oh. Our state is on fire now. All we need is our freedom, hey, hey. Baba God in the sky, I they call you. All the people of the east, I they hear you. Make we keep them on the move, we go make them. God helping us all, we go make them. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. God, no, now peaceful contest. If you feel low, you don't sing me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. God, no, now peaceful contest. If you feel low, you don't sing me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. God, no, now peaceful contest. If you feel low, you don't sing me down. Waiting we want on a total freedom. Waiting we need on a total freedom. Waiting we want on a total freedom. Oluwa oh, a total freedom. You don't sing me that. You don't sing me that. You don't sing me that. If you kill low, you don't sing me that. This makes sense.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people, you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first, and though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude.
When I get excited and my heart's delighted and the spirit comes over me, I know there is no doubt you're gonna hear me shout, I'm feeling the victory. And if it bothers you that what I say is true, you better cancel your plans for heaven, 'cause I'll be there, shouting everywhere my sins have been forgiven. I'm gonna shout, all over heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our fans walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our fans walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. When I hear the word and my heart is teary, tear, joy comes to my eyes. It doesn't bother me if the tears you see are happy man am I. I know the Lord above is looking down in love. He's watching everything I do. And some sweet day I'll be shouting everywhere while sailing through the blue. I'm gonna shout all over heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, I'll sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. I'll first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, we'll sing the harmony. I'll first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout.
Chukwu, Udo Chukwu, Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma dị mma. Udo Chukwu, Udo Chukwu, Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Chukwu, Udo Chukwu, Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Udo Chukwu, Udo Udo, Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Udo Udo ke Chukwu dị mma. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. 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 Onye nwe nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Onye nwe nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Nna dị nsọ nyere udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Nna dị nsọ nyere udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.